Well, hello. It's so good to see you out here tonight. This is SkyTour LiveStream. We're kind of using a little bit of a skeleton broadcast setup today, cobbled together out in Mesa, Arizona. The observatory is about 70 miles away, and we're going to be running it from here. And I see that we have a bunch of people in here already. And Tara's here. Hey there, Tara. I see Cypher 2 is here. Donald Kunzer. Okay. Daryl, of course, should be with me, but unfortunately, his microphone's not working. So, unfortunately, I don't know what to do. He won't be able to join us. Hi, Susan Woodcarver. You asked Susan when the next stream was. Here it is. This is not my typical camera, so everything is borrowed and cobbled together. But you know what? I figure if we're gonna do something like this, we should be able to do it, and that's what we're doing. So this is all good. We are in Mesa, Arizona, as I said. I am just finishing up getting everything ready. Daryl, unfortunately, so far has been unable to join because his sound isn't working. I think he just, he probably just doesn't want to talk tonight. But I'm kidding, of course. So for those who are joining us, okay, this over here, if you look on the left side here, which is just over my head, okay, up there, this is the telescope control section right here. All right, and right over my head here, you can actually see the telescope in the building. Over to my right here, you actually see the controls for the telescope. Those are right there, okay? And that's our main view right there. That's our main view that we're looking at right there. And it looks green because we haven't done any color correction or whatever. However, one thing you'll notice is that the stars are now precisely focused and doing far better. If you saw the Facebook post I put up a little while ago, you saw some really, really pretty shots. And by the way, those look just like they look in the camera, right out of the camera. So I think it's pretty cool that we can do that. I'm going to try just one little thing here while we're waiting. Does that work? Yes, it does. Okay. I had to swap the camera around a little bit there. There we go. So now that's our view. Okay, good. So now I just want to make sure, and DK, how you doing? DK's here. Don D is here. Yeah, Go Crew 3, that's right. The launch is scheduled for moments from now. XPFTP, how you doing? Good to see you. And Daisy and Zoe, are they here too? I'm not sure. Hi, Blue Sky, how are you? And let's just take a look at our sky. I mean, this is, I have to tell you, I went out to the observatory and I worked on getting all the kinks worked out, and it has been successful, I think. So we'll see what we got. Now, in our planetarium over here, this here shows us every place that where the telescope's looking, and every place we can go. We have plenty of objects to look at. That's what these things are. All right, and I'll bring those back. The other thing I don't have the benefit of tonight is a dual monitor, because I'm actually at the iDetective studio for iDetective on KGRA DB. That's this location, and so we're using the iDetective studio. If you're looking behind me, you can actually see some of the iDetective stuff. There's big safes back there, so it's kind of cool that we're here. Neat. So I'm privileged and honored to have access to the iDetective studio setup. It's great. In any case, I will continue. And Anahata is here too. That's good. Anahata 77. That's Bonnie. Hi, Bonnie. And so coming back to our system here, I wanted to show you that these are the constellations. And we're going to actually go for a few things tonight, if we can, that might be, very interesting. One of them is going to be And I'm doing this for Keith from P&K Space Imaging. By request, he's asked for the Andromeda Galaxy, and that's what we're going to go for. So I'll try to go there first. Now we do have a nearly first quarter moon, so it's going to be just a bit tricky, but I think we can manage it. So here we go. I've got the telescope underway, and you'll notice it move. There it goes, and it's heading up toward Andromeda. It's actually heading toward a star in that region. Okay, here it comes. You can see the telescope moving toward the star. The cursor here for the telescope lags behind a little bit. All right, but it's going to come to a bright star, perhaps this one, or yeah, okay, so it's going to be that star. And when we come and look in the actual telescope, we're going to see that the bright star should be brought in soon and centered up, and here it comes. It's sort of the jumping off spot. All right, and Daryl, are you with me? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Yeah, we try it again. Daryl's trying to actually connect, and I don't understand why he can't, but we're working on it. He says Skype is acting wonky on his end. Okay, well, here is the Andromeda Galaxy. And Daryl just apologized. That's okay, Daryl, man. Thank you. We'll make it work at some point. So, that said, here's the Andromeda Galaxy, and our telescope has returned to our control. And what I'm going to do is actually bring us down a little bit. Okay, that's too far. Well, Windows is telling Daryl his mic is working. Well, it's probably not working. I can't tell you why it did that, but it's unfortunate because I think that your mic should be working. Because I hear all the noise, I hear everything from Skype when Daryl calls in and whatever, but I simply cannot hear him talk, so his microphone is not coming in from his end. All right, so this is the Andromeda Galaxy, and again, don't worry about the colors. We're actually in a kind of a preview mode. I call it the hyper processing mode. And if I take it off, then the natural view is this, and you can see this tiny little thing right there in the middle. That's the Andromeda Galaxy. Okay, but if I go into hyper processing mode, where we actually start to really, really punch up the contrast and stuff, and punch up what's called a stretch, then you can see this. Now, if you look at the bottom row here, okay, it says the cooler is running at 60% efficiency, and the temperature is minus 10 Celsius with a target of minus 10 Celsius. That's the sensor in the camera, the dedicated astronomy camera that's working and giving us the temperature reduction that we need in order to get this working right. So, that said, let's actually move this over just a little bit. And then when we move it over, we're going to center it up here. And we're just going to go take some photos of the Andromeda Galaxy. And first thing I'm going to do is check to see what the focus looks like. So I'm going to zoom way in, go to 100%, and see how the focus looks. I may have to do some adjustment. And it looks like I have some little bit of adjustment to do. So what I can do is come out and grab the focus program, which is this one. And this will give us a temperature inside as well. All right, and we'll connect. Okay, and we're at this. We're gonna drop this down a little bit to actually see if this gives us a change to our focus that we could use. Okay, that's going that way. We're going to go back the other way. Okay. Once we get the focus, then the view is going to be just stunning. If you saw the posts I put up, you probably saw them. You saw that the stars were just beautiful. Okay, so this looks really good right here. So that's 48,645. So I'm going to make a note of that and add that into one of our likes. Okay, 48,645. And now that'll be stored. And then we can actually come back and utilize it again. So we'll minimize this. Oh, first of all, what's the temperature out there in the building? Temperature is 69.2 degrees right now. So that's pretty good. And now let's minimize this guy. Pull out of this, and our stars are now much better focused. We'll go to auto, and now let's go have some fun. So we're going to come in to our camera control system right here. That's camera control, main pane, and we're going to go and change this time from 1 second, which is 1,000 milliseconds. We're going to change that to 25 seconds. Okay, and we'll get rid of the hyper processing. All right, and we're doing that. And now what we're going to do right off the bat is live stack it. So now we have 25 seconds, and we have this coming in here soon. If it would ever come back. Where are you? I'm waiting. Okay. Wow. Now there's a galaxy. It's all the wrong color, but don't worry about that. We're going to fix that. Oh, yeah. That's gorgeous. Let's see if we can fix the color. Wow. And now let's try to do a little bit more of this modification here. Wow. Now see this? This is beautiful. Now the color's got to be just tweaked a little bit more. But that's the Andromeda galaxy, and it is just beautiful. And you'll notice that these outer arms are actually kind of blue. These area right here, these are very, very blue areas right here. Okay, those are blue young hot stars in the spiral arms, and those are just stunning. Now we're stacking this right now, so let me see if I can change the color just a little bit, get a little more close. This probably won't do it here. This is probably gonna make a mess of things, but we'll try it. Yeah, that's a little better, and maybe I can just drop down the blue a little bit. Drop down the blue some. Okay, just keep going. We still don't have Starlink out there. We're still waiting. Starlink. Okay, Daryl, we can try again. He's saying, let's try again. All right, let me try to bring up Daryl again. All right, let's see. One more time, we're going to try. Here we go. Pardon the noise. It says Daryl Mason unavailable. I keep saying that. I don't know what that means. I can't hear you once again. I don't know why. Yeah. All right, Daryl. Well, we'll figure that out. And as you guys could probably have imagined, we're not doing a show this Sunday because I'll be actually in the air. I have to fly from here in Mesa to Colorado to do a talk, and then I'll be home after that, unfortunately. Okay. Let's try this now. Okay. All right, well, we'll let that go for now. We'll let that go for now. That should give us something. All right, that should work. Okay. So this is the beautiful Andromeda galaxy. Let's now, since we're going to be stacking this, let's do this. Let's give ourselves some real estate. So it's going to keep going, and we're going to just maximize this because we're locked in this area. So now it's everywhere here. We'll have it all over us. Hi there, PG. How are you? That's Petita. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Milkdromeda. You're right. You're right. Okay, let me see if I can make some adjustments here to the colors. Maybe by dropping the red a little bit, that might do it. Because what's happened is the moon is out now, and so what that does is the moon actually causes some issues. That's a little better. That's more real. That's more like it. Okay, there we go. All right, and let's do this. Let's go into the enhancements, and we're going to turn on the unsharp mask. Watch it get sharp now. Kabam! Look at that. Look how much clearer that just became. Just like that. All right. So here is our Andromeda galaxy. Check it out. Isn't that beautiful? And now, one of the things we can do now that we have our system pretty well fixed now, is we can start zooming in on this and check out different areas of the galaxy. All right. So, for instance, let's suppose we want to come down and look at that bright blue sets of hot stars. Here we go. Here they are. They're right here, right? And we can zoom in some more. And this is live, by the way. This image is building live as we speak. So when we zoom in, okay, you'll notice that you see this modeling here. Okay, there's a cool little H2 region right here in the galaxy. That's neat, right there. As we zoom in, you'll see that there's noise, this modeling here. Well, guess what? As we keep stacking, and right now we've stacked 13 images, the noise is gonna get less and less and less and less. All right, so that's pretty. Yeah, so now let's come up. Okay, and again, look at this. There's a beautiful little H2 region here. That's one of those hydrogen emission regions right there. That's really pretty, very pretty. And keep in mind, all these images that we take here are available as soon as they're taken. They get shipped out of the observatory in the desert and go right up to the cloud, and are available for your consumption. And it's all free of charge. The links to that directory are posted in the SkyTour LiveStream with Mark D'Antonio Facebook site and on my personal Facebook page. They're pinned at the top. Now, if we come to the top of the galaxy here, check this out. Look at these beautiful spiral arm edges. Look at how much detail's in here. This is just stunning. And this is a spiral arm. Of course, spiral arms are where all the stars are born. It's the place where, the spiral arms have a lot of the dust and gas, and they have the stellar nurseries. Okay, like if we come looking through here now, and again, being able to zoom in is such a cool thing. You look here, you see these beautiful blue hot stars. Here's some stellar nurseries right here. Those are H2 regions, hydrogen emission regions right there. Okay, those are like this one right here is probably the equivalent of our Lagoon Nebula. Right there. There's one here, and if you keep looking, you can keep finding them. They're everywhere. Here's another one right here. Okay, they're everywhere. Yes, sir. And then if we keep diving even deeper, you can find tiny little dots. Okay, these tiniest of little dots that you see in this galaxy, those are globular clusters. All right, and globular clusters are these amazing locations where stars are in large spherical groups. We have plenty of them in our galaxy that we see as well. All right, I am just here's a beautiful H2 region right here. Look at that. Wow, this is kind of worth it, isn't it? Hey, Cypher 2, thank you for putting up our link. Thank you so much. Daryl did try to reboot, by the way. Hey, Feathered. the guys that look at the moon are P&K Space Imaging. That's Paul and Keith. And you can look them up on YouTube. P as in Peter and K as in Kilo. Space Imaging. We do the deep sky. They do the moon, and Bill New York Skywatcher does meteor showers. But look at the deep sky stuff. I mean, come on. You gotta love this. You gotta love this. This is just crazy, crazy, wild stuff. Wow. I am just very impressed. This telescope's performing tonight better than it ever has in the building. Better than it ever has. And hopefully, and by the way, this is with a nearly first quarter moon. So obviously, the telescope is able to, filter out the light of the moon. And that's what we're doing here. Let me go back into our live stack for a moment. And let's see if we can change this setting, give us a little bit more of a punch here. All right, that may or may not have done something. Let's find out. Oh, I want to just try and see what we got here. Okay, let's zoom out. Yeah, that's beautiful. Now, one of the things we can do is we can take these images and we can supersize them. I have a system that I can employ to actually supersize all the images we take to make them everything from poster size to billboard size. All you need is space on a hard drive or on a thumb drive. So if you say you wanted to put one of these on your wall as wallpaper, we can up-res it so that it would look so good that you could put it on your wall as wallpaper and it would be beautiful. And then there's places that actually will turn these things into wallpaper for you. So that's cool. Look at that. I'm just beside myself. It's too bad Daryl couldn't join me. I mean, he could, but we couldn't. We couldn't get it together. Hey, Rock, what's going on? Yeah, it's a mod party, isn't it? It's so cool. And I appreciate you guys coming on out to hang out. This is our first this is our first one of the with the actual system with its fully operational status now with the focus. Stars are nice and pinpoint. We don't have bloated, ugly star images anymore. Geez, wow. And here's something else. And Daryl had mentioned this to himself as well. If you notice the Andromeda galaxy, it looks like this arm, this whole disk of the galaxy looks like it might have a warp in it, doesn't it? So it looks like it kind of goes like this, straight, and then down. Now, galaxies are very, very large, tenuous, rotating bundles of stars and gas and dust. So it's possible that interaction with these two galaxies out here, okay, these are the elliptical galaxies that are its companions, M110 and M32. And they both could have had a gravitational effect on it to cause this to warp. I do not know that for sure, but it could have. Now we've just stacked 30 images as of now. We've got 30 images stacked. So this will make a beautiful image. So what we're going to do is pause it right here. Okay. Now I'm going to save, and you'll see across the top, you're going to see this message. Okay. The message says that it's saving a FITS file. Now, FITS is the astronomical format. However, what you can do, if you just want pretty pictures, like many people do, then I will also save, exactly as you see it here, a PNG file. PNG is sort of like JPEG without the loss. Now, JPEG, it's lossy, meaning that it gets rid of data in order to make the file size smaller. And this doesn't do that. Okay, ping files don't do that as badly. All right, so look at this. This is just, I don't know what to say. I tell you, this is going to be potentially a long night. So much to see. So much to see. And unfortunately, I feel like I'm talking to myself. Which is no good. Oh, thank you, Anahata. Anahata says said that after all the hard work, it's so happy to see this as well. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And then she says, hello, Daryl. Let's find out about Mark in Colorado. Oh, yeah, I have to, I taught astronomy and a field investigation out here for the Mutual UFO Network out in the desert here for this last weekend. I led a sky watch, ran a sky watch at night sky, and then I ended up finding out that the Colorado group who was here decided that they wanted to have me speak at their meeting this coming weekend. So instead of flying home back to Connecticut on Friday, I'm actually flying to Colorado on Friday, and I will speak on Saturday and then fly home Sunday. So that's going to be pretty cool. Very nice. Okay, so this is our stack. We're not going to add any more because we've got 30 images stacked here. That's plenty. But we can just spend so much time. Let's just go and kind of auto frame this. Okay, so there's the whole image. Okay, and it's been auto stacked. And the thing about the auto stacking, right? If you have an image, you just take one image and then you get a second image, and it's aligned. It's aligned and then stacked on top. And you keep doing this over and over and over. And what that does is that increases the amount of the signal, the stuff you want to see. And it will remove the noise, the stuff you don't want to see. And the noise is stuff that's in the dark. You know, when we started this, remember we saw the modeling and color blotching. Well, if I go up to 100% now over here, and I bring it to full size, the full size image, okay, you'll notice now that there's very little of that now. And we've got just beautiful, beautiful views here. Okay, things that I've never seen, like this right here. Okay, this right here is, this is a hydrogen alpha region. It's a stellar nursery inside this galaxy, buried because I couldn't see it before. These are beautiful tendrils of dark nebula here that form the spiral arms. It is really just a marvelous case study to just look at this. And you might as well get familiar with the Andromeda galaxy because it's going to be around a long time. In fact, it's getting bigger and bigger in our sky all the time, although we can't tell. And it will collide with the Milky Way in a couple of billion years. And that's going to be a fun time to be around. Okay, I'm kidding, but not really. Because it's just going to it's going to pass right through us. And then the galaxies will be attracted to each other and kind of whip past each other and keep coming back through until they stabilize into a new type of galaxy. And that's kind of cool. Because that's how that works. Right? It's almost like we don't even know we're in the galaxy right now, you know, when we look at this. You know? And then if we just come around here and then go up again and just check it. My gosh. This is just so great. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, when it works like it's supposed to, it's just crazy good. Look at these stars right here. You see these blue stars? This is a band of new, hot, young stars in the spiral arm in this galaxy, and it's really looking stunning. Beautiful. Those stars are exceedingly hot, and they're probably going to end up going supernova someday. The vast majority of these hot blue stars. And when they go supernova, they're going to litter the cosmos, the interstellar medium out there, with more star stuff. You know, and as Carl Sagan used to say, we are made of star stuff. And that's true, we are. We are, you know. Every atom in your body was forged in the heart of a star at one point. If you think about that. Let that sink in. Every atom in your body, everything that makes you up, that you were built from, was made in the heart of a star at one point. You know, hey there, dude, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah. I'm going to be, Daryl, I'm going to be in Centennial, Colorado, doing a talk for MUFON. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. And Cypher 2 is a Mason as well. You guys might be related, you're right. Ah, man. So, as we look then at this, oh my gosh. It's just so beautiful. I'm just taken by this. This elegant galaxy, the spiral arms, and all this dust. I mean, I could, you know, I could take photographs that are like a minute and 2 minutes long. The telescope guides very well, and I have been able to do that before. The only problem is I don't want to make you guys sit through that. You know? So, okay, that said, now that we've got this here, this image, by the way, just like you see it, with all its size and all its glory, not reduced in size in any way, will be up on the server momentarily. And you'll be able to go grab it, download it, and view it, and zoom into it, and do everything I'm doing right now. So that should be really cool. But for now, it is time to move on. Goodbye, Andromeda. But now we go to another galaxy that's also a couple million light years away like this one. And that would be this guy right here. This right here is the Triangulum galaxy. A well-known galaxy, you know. And before I go there, I always make a habit of making sure that we have a view of everything going on in the building. Okay, so there it is. There's our telescope sticking up in the air over there. There's our control program. And what I'm going to do is just get us going here. Now, let's go here. And Andromeda, we are done with for now. And we're going to go and say 1 second exposure here. And we're going to give us some really bright, we're going to overdo it just a little bit right here. Okay, this is the hyper processing. So we want to now go to this next object. So we're going to do that right now. So this is where we're going, and we're going to go. You watch the telescope. The telescope's going to go back to a particular star that it's going to use as a jumping off point. And that's coming up soon, and I think it would help if I got out of the stack. We don't want to be in the stack. Okay. All right, and now we're going to get our finding star. We're going to center Mirage. As you can see right down there and right there, it says we're centering Mirage, and Mirage is going to be the star that we use as a little signpost to our location we're going to jump to. And then from there, we're going to go to Measure 33, which is the Triangulum galaxy. And I can't wait to see that, because I cannot believe how good I'm expecting that to look. There it is, right there. Looks kind of faint, doesn't it? But we're going to change all that. Oh, yes. Boy, oh boy, I'm just excited as heck about this. Hey, Blue Sky. Oh, thanks, Blue Sky. I'm glad you watched the Martin Willis show. That's the podcast UFO. I really enjoyed that. Okay. Feathered, when you say your Sky app doesn't have any of this, what do you mean? Tell me. I'm going back and forth on this. Hey, D. Smith. So good to see you. Let me just give us a, we're going to do 30 seconds on this guy right here. All right, and we're going to get out. Let me move it over a little bit. Move it over. We're going to center it up. There we go. All right, and now we have 30 seconds on the clock, and we're going to go and knock off our hyper process, jump into the live stack, clear the last image in the buffer, and away we go. Oh, I am looking so forward to this. This particular galaxy has more of those H2 regions than Andromeda does, and it's a little further away. It's a galaxy that's a little more disheveled and unkept, you might say. Its spiral arms are looser. They're not as tightly wound. So the Andromeda galaxy has a rating of a capital S little b. S for spiral. Oh my gosh. And this one has a rating of capital S little c for less tightly wound. Look at that. Oh. Wow. I think what we're going to do from the very get-go here is we're going to magnify this. Let's see if we can go to, let's see, 40%. Well, that, ooh, wow, look at that. Now, see how modeled everything looks? That's a function of the stack. The more we get, the less that'll be a problem, because we're going to even all that out and average out all that. This right here, this object that's right here, this is a gigantic star-forming region. Daryl, that's the thing that we keep seeing. And now that we can focus on it much better than before, we can really see what's going on in there. Wow. Oh, I'm getting chills, guys. Chills. Look at this. This is going to be spectacular. Wow. Okay, and we have enhancement going. We have 3 frames. Let's actually give us a little. Oh yeah. Wow. Okay, and I'm going to just drop in a little. I'm going to try and raise what's called the black point a little bit. So we're going to give a little more contrast with the background. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to come back a little bit on that. Look at that. And this will be much better looking soon. Look at this. Holy cow. Wow. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, let's do what I said we're going to do again. We're going to just go for this full screen and then bring this down a little bit. So we got the room. Look at that. These green areas that you see over here, these green areas, there's one here, there's one here, there's another one right there, there's another small one down here, right there. These green areas are areas in this galaxy where there's what looks to be supernova remnants. Yeah, these might be supernova remnants, but I have never, ever seen this galaxy this good. I cannot believe this. Oh. Daryl, you're watching this. What do you think? Oh boy. This is beautiful. Daryl, I do not have you on mute. I do not have you on mute. If you were on mute, I couldn't hear your call coming in. I couldn't hear every time you sent me a message. Troublemaker. Look at this, guys. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, okay, I want to go even higher magnification now. Let's go to 75% if I dare. Jeez, look at that. We can see detail in this object here, in this place over here, yeah. So Daryl says Bill hears him just fine. Uh-oh. So what does that mean? Oh, wow. You know what? I think I need to apologize, Daryl. I think... Oh, it could be me. All right. If it's me, I apologize. Because maybe I have the mic source set to something that it shouldn't be on. Or not, I don't know. Tell you what. Give me a moment, guys, while I try to call Daryl again. Because if I get him, then he'll deserve to yell at me for messing up. Okay, let's see if this works. Meanwhile, we're still making this beautiful image, so it doesn't matter. Okay. All right, Daryl, let's try this again. Okay, it still says you're unavailable, so let's try something. Actually, I didn't even hear that call you, so... Hold on. Okay, hold on. Are you there? Can you hear me? You cannot hear me. Can you hear me, Daryl? Can you hear me now? All right. That's, I guess, is a no. Okay, he says he hears me. Okay, so let's try something else. All right, let's try. All right. Not that. We're not wasting time because we're actually still just looking at this. We're watching this beautiful image get made here. Okay, what about this now? I only get that. Well, I'm flabbergasted by the image, number one. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mark. Do you hear me? Hello?
I don't know if you can hear me, Daryl.
I hear
Daryl?
you.
I don't get it. Interesting. Okay, he hears me. Let's try something else. As I said, we're still doing okay here because that's still making our image. It's stacking. We're not wasting any time here.
Camptown ladies, sing this song. Doo-dah, doo-dah.
Come on. I know you said Bill hears you fine. All right, let's try this. Okay, let's do this. Advanced sound properties.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Okay, try that.
Hello?
Can you hear me, Daryl?
I hear you. Do you hear
He hears
me?
me fine, probably.
Testing, 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
testing.
Well, we'll keep letting this come in, this galaxy come in, but let's just keep watching that. And I'll be right back to you when I get an idea what's going on. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, I was trying to figure something out here, and I did not succeed. So it is what it is. But I do understand that you should be able to hear me, and I should be able to hear you. So I'm not sure why you can't and why I can't. I don't get it. Hold on a second. Let me try something else. Okay. They can hear you in the chat, and I can't hear you here? Wow. All right. Can anybody hear me? You should be able to hear me. Because D. Smith says no mark either. You guys hear me, right? You should be able to hear me because I'm going out on this. I see it going out. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay. So that's interesting. Oh. Well, we got 23 stacked over here, so we're still going. This is just beautiful. It's the best one I've ever seen. Oh, man. I do. Okay, so you guys hear Daryl. I don't. So that means that it's at my end. And I don't understand why. All right, hold on. I'm going to see if I can. All right, hold on one second, guys. Just a minute, guys. Not, this is them hearing, they can hear me now. Okay. I had to mute my microphone so I could talk to Marianne here, who's trying to help me figure this out. Because this is her machine. She's got some stuff going on in the studio here for where she does her show. And I don't want to mess up too much on her. But I can't hear Daryl. And other people can. So that's kind of weird. So he's going through my.
But you're on your Skype, not my Skype.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Well, that's true. It might matter. Okay.
You want to try another headset?
No, it's not the headset. I hear the stuff. Yeah, I hear the stuff. I know it's working. But it's a matter of the source coming in from Daryl is not here. Yeah, I keep getting the tones too, Daryl. But nothing you're saying is coming through. All right. Yiza. Speakers, that should be that. Well. All right, well, that should be that. It should not be a problem. But Daryl can't hear me. Or he can hear me, but he hears the sounds of a message coming in, but he can't hear me. I don't hear you. Vera Lucia Campos from Brasilia. Bienvenidos. SkyTour LiveStream. Alright, well, we tried. It's nice to see you. Daryl, I'm sure I'll find out the really silly reason why this didn't work at some point. But if they can hear you, they can hear you. I can't hear you, though. And I do not know why. It's got to be a source issue. Well, you should hear Daryl now, though, Susan. Because I didn't change anything. I don't think I did. There's nothing to change. I don't know. Look at the... I'll tell you, I can't tell you enough how much this is beautiful. This is just stunning. Let's see if we can alter this view here a little. Yeah, that's obviously too bright, but I'm going to bring that black point forward a bit. Wow. Wow. Look at all the detail. This is stupendous. And let's bring it down a little bit. Oh my gosh. This is really stupendous. This is just beautiful. I cannot believe it. More detail than I've ever seen in either of these galaxies. Ever in my life. Oh. It's almost enough to make you cry. Wow. I mean, I am using someone else's setup here, so that makes it difficult. Okay. Wow. Look at that. We got up here, we have an H2 region right there, a star forming region, a massive one right there with detail. A massive one right there. All these knots of beautiful stars. The color rendition is perfect. Wow. Hey Daryl, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going wrong. Other people can hear you. I don't know why. I don't know why. That means it's almost like this jack is not working. But I hear the sounds. If I was hearing nothing, that would be something to consider. But I hear all the sounds coming in. I heard the tone like da 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 when I was calling you. So this is working, but somehow the voice isn't coming through. Let's find out. Let me go one more time. I'm gonna look at something else while we're at it. We're still stacking. This is gonna be a gorgeous, gorgeous stack. Oh man, it's gonna be beautiful. Microphone audio is there, yeah. Okay. Okay, hold on. Microphone audio 2, how about this one? Okay. Let's try that. Now, Daryl, are you still with me? I can't hear you if you're talking, but I need to know if you're talking. Are you talking at all? Okay. All right, well, I can't hear. I just tried to add another microphone setup, and it didn't. It's not working at all. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, it's not coming through. People are hearing you, but I'm not. But that's weird. That's where the sounds are coming through. Send another message. Okay, were you just talking then? Are you actually talking right now, Daryl? Okay, I guess not. I can't tell. Okay, because I was trying to see if the sound's coming through, but I'm not hearing it in my headset, which means it's a different type of problem. Hey, Marianne's here. Wow. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, no one hears you in the chat now, Daryl, anyway, because Marianne was just trying to listen as well. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. I haven't changed anything. I really haven't. I do not understand what's going on here. I had any... Yeah, I hear this. I hear the message, boop tones as well. Yeah. Daryl's telling me he hears the Skype tones. I hear him too. But look at this thing. This is this is just stupendous. I'm gonna go to 100% on this right now. Oh my gosh, look at this. Oh, Daryl, don't worry about it. Why don't you just, for tonight, just stick around in the chat. I mean, I apologize. I don't know what's going on at this end. It's making this not work. I don't want to mess with someone else's, setup anyway, But man, I just can't believe the detail we can see in all these stuff that's here, Okay, Daryl says he'll be in the chat, guys, so that's great. Oh, my gosh. All right, so let's, we have 47 stacked images right now of this, so I think that's enough. But look at this. So here is the final verdict. Let's go and go to an auto sizing algorithm. Look at that. Wow. Oh my gosh. It takes my breath away. I've never seen anything like this with this telescope. You know what that means, guys? We've been doing old and lousy for the last 6 months. I mean, this is absolutely stunning. Stunning. And we have Marianne and Tara to thank for it. They have religiously stuck to getting this observatory up and running when I couldn't be there. And then when I was there, they figured out things that to help keep it going. So my hat's off to both of them. That's not me. Oh, that's me opening a soda. Sorry. Wow, this is great. Daryl's going to stay in the chat. He's not going to try to come on live, so I don't even need these headphones now. I do not know why it didn't work.
Why don't you take the headphones off? Can you hear it, man?
That'd be interesting. Daryl, can you talk again? And then leave me a message that you're talking? Actually, we're not connected right now. Let me call you again, just to see if this works without these headphones in. It's gonna be loud. I see. Yeah. Okay, it's ringing, but he's not answering. Interesting. All right. All right, let's try something else. Daryl's still typing. All right. Skype's all kind of messed up. Let's try one more thing, Daryl. I'm going to call you right now again. And it says it's ringing, but it says you're unavailable. All right, I was trying to figure something out. Okay. All right, I can't hear you. Well, we give it our best shot. Okay. Let's not get hung up on that. I do not know what's going on. But I do know that this is probably one of the best images of this galaxy and the Andromeda galaxy I've ever taken. Ever. It's like a professional, beautiful shot. My gosh. All right, Daryl. No worries. Daryl says carry on. We will. We're going to carry on. And look at that. You know? Okay, you hang out and chat. I will be here. I will be here. Outrageous. Wow. Okay. Worth every second of hanging out waiting for this. We're going to pause this now. 55 stacked images. Wow. So this will be probably one of our premiere images. And then the FITS file is the .fits file. That's an astronomical file format. And I'm saving it exactly as you see it here. So you can get just a pretty image if you want and see it the way it's supposed to be. I've never, apparently, it's clear that I haven't had the telescope properly set up. I mean, I did, but there was an issue when the telescope struck the bottom of the pier and its structure got damaged, and that's what I fixed. And as you can see, it's made a huge difference. All right, so that's out, and we're waiting now. This is going to be a stack that's going to be beautiful. I'm going to go to 300%. Let's go to 300% and see just how close in. Look at that. Wow. That's really good, actually. For 3 times the amount of zoomage. That's really good. Never been able to do that before, let me tell you. You can see this over here. If you look at this supernova remnant, you can see there's shells around it. Look at that. Shells around that thing. Wow, that's really cool. Really, really stupendously cool. And let's do this now. Let's zoom in on it. Let's go as far as we can possibly go. Okay, that's too much. But look at it. You see it has a central area in here, all right? And then it has this shell around it. we're looking at something that's over 2.4 million light years away. You're looking at this 2.4 million years ago. Okay, there's another one over here. You know, so this is a really cool looking remnant. Boy, will I be able to make hay out of this one. This is going to be a gorgeous image when we're done with it. Oh, I mean, it's beautiful now. Don't get me wrong. Wow. Without dual monitors, I can't see the chat every time, so I have to kind of bop back and forth. Yeah, I know. If you guys can give me a thumbs up, that'll help out. That'd be great. Thank you. I'm not using the same tools that I have when I'm at the main site. All right, that is to say, my control center. But look at this. This is beautiful. So that's just cool. Okay. Well, now we're going to come out of the live stack here, and we're going to remember that image is going to be up there for you. Let me just save it one more time, and then save exactly a scene one more time, and then we'll clear it. Gone but not forgotten, and certainly not something that we will not be able to see again. Okay, let's do this. We're going to go to something else now, and something a little closer to home. All right, so first of all, let's get rid of the stack. Okay, we'll get rid of the stack. And thank you to all of those who came out tonight. It's hopefully a good night for all of you. I think that we're going to have even more fun than we're already having, if you can say that we're having fun. Okay, let's let's restore the original settings for this so that we can see everything on the screen. There we go. And now let's go get our telescope control system. Okay, and our planetarium. And let's look for some other things here. We did the Andromeda galaxy. Yeah, we're gonna be playing around, I'm sure, in Cassiopeia. We'll go into Cepheus. Let's check out. I think we should be able to check out the Sol Nebula. I think it's pretty high in the sky right now. Yeah, let's go there. Okay, you'll watch the telescope start to move. There it goes. And we're going to move to probably Murfak. I think it's going to go to Murfak. If you look right over there, it's going to say high precision slewing. Where's it going to? It's not Murfak, though. Where's it going? Okay, Gamma Persei. So you'll see Gamma Persei come in and get centered. There it is. See, this is what's cool about this, okay, guys? The system, first of all, there's several things the system can do now. First of all, it can center a star that I'm looking for, right? It can center a star that I'm not looking for, but that is used as a star hopping point of view from a particular star that might be near the object we want. It knows precisely where this object is. And so now we're going to the Sol Nebula. So where's the Sol Nebula? Well, it should be coming in, and let's go see if it got it, because sometimes it works and sometimes it has an issue. And it looks to me like it needs to be a little bit better aligned, which I can do. It's not a big deal. Let's see, I think it's got to go eastward. Let's see about this. Okay, that's that way, and I've got to get my lines here, get the proper lines. Do this. There we go. We're going to go north. Okay, we're going to give us a little more room here. A little higher speed. And now we can go 1/2 degree per second. Bring us up. So we're very close to our Soul Nebula. The Soul Nebula. All right, and that's all right, now we go west. Go west, young man. And we should see the Soul Nebula in here. And I'm not sure if I see it yet. We will find out in just a minute. The moon is out. I think I see it up there. I think that's it. That's it. Okay, and then we're going to move over. I am just, you know, every moment with this telescope is now just pleasure. Pleasure. There's nothing that I'm looking at that I'm regretting or anything. It's just so beautiful. So let's go back in here and find out where we are relative to the Soul Nebula. All right, I'll make sure that we're there. That's the Soul Nebula, that's what we're looking for. And I'm gonna go and make sure that we are here. Hey Ronald, how are you? No, Don D. He's not the guy that leaked it. He was one of the witnesses to the gimbal. But he didn't see it directly. He didn't see it when it happened. He didn't see it when it happened. He actually saw from one of his communications intelligence guys. He actually saw it from him, who showed it to him. So that doesn't tell us exactly what it was, or if it was actually valid or not. It just was that this other guy thought it was. But you know, I believe they're here. To be honest, I mean, it'd be crazy to think that they're not. I mean, I think they are. Okay, I'm gonna do 30 seconds on this really nondescript thing that you see right here, and here we go. Let's go find out what that object looks like. I think you'll appreciate it. Okay, now as we do this, we're going to go into our live stack. We click live stack there, and here it is. Comes in. We're going to clear any previous contamination, some imagery. And this down here at the lower right, you see this bar down here. This is a progress bar, and it for each exposure of 30 seconds, it goes across, and we'll see it now. The first one comes in. Oh dear God. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. That's just stunning. Okay, I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to pause it. And you're going to say, what are you doing? I'm going to clear it. And you're going to say, why are you doing that? And I'll show you why. Because I'm going to go back and do this as a quick 1 second thing here. I'm going to make an adjustment. That's what I'm going to do. All right. And get out of this stack. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the camera down just a little bit to raise the Soul Nebula up in the view a little bit more. Okay, that might be a little too much. That's not what I wanted. I think I just gotta see if I can see it again. Okay. Oh my, this is beautiful. So the Soul Nebula is this beautiful nebula that is several thousand light years away. I'll give you all that information in just a minute. And it is actually a diffuse nebula, but it's also a star-forming region. You notice there's over here you see a young cluster of stars. There's some knots of star formation going on, and when we get another shot of this, you'll actually see that there's a lot of there's some dark nebula in here too, and dark nebula is dust, okay, dust like not dust like in your house, but dust like interstellar dust, and that interstellar dust is the thing that makes up future planets, makes up all kinds of things, and it's just makes stars from the hydrogen gas. It's really quite an amazing process that happens that we have learned about in our foray into astronomy over the centuries. And astronomy is a multi-century science. The more we know, sometimes the less we know, But, okay, so that said, let's go back, and now that we're well placed, let's do let's do 40 seconds, okay, because I'm greedy. And then we're going to come in here, come back to our live stack, probably have to remove the last one, clear that. Okay, now our progress bar down here, you can see that it's going to move to the right, and that's going to tell us all about whether we are close to being completed here. All right, and that'll come over, and the first one is going to come in here in just a second. So here we come, almost done. You can see it says 33, 34, 35. It's counting down. 3 seconds to go. 2, 1, 0. And here comes the data. You'll see the data down here. And there is the Soul Nebula. Ah, it really does stir the soul, doesn't it? And we'll just process that a little bit to remove some of that excess brightness. All right, and look at that. It is just beautiful. And I was talking about the star cluster. Like this is the star cluster right there. Okay, and that is something that's really a very powerful indicator of what's going on here, right? So when we look, and I know I'm not transparent anymore, but we're looking there. Okay, that star cluster you see right there, that's actually a very young cluster. Obviously, that cluster is one that is makes quite an impact here. This is a very amazing location in space, and so as we look, the image only gets better and better as we keep going. We've stacked 2 so far. We're going to be on our way to our 3rd here, but what we can do is just do this. We can just let this show up in full entirety. And Daryl, I'm sure Daryl likes to look for star patterns, and there's one pattern in this that's actually quite astonishing, and I'm going to point it out, and Daryl probably already sees it, but let me first give you a fair shot at finding it. Okay, so if you look here, there is one particular formation of stars within the nebula that's really, really strange looking. Does anybody see it? Oh, is Martin here? Oh, Martin Knobloch. Okay, hey Martin. Yeah, I'm using 354. Daryl's correct. And you can see it when I bring out the camera panel here. All right. There's the gain right there, 354. It's really best at, I keep it under 400. I don't go over 400. I don't actually typically go over 350. That just happens to be an oops from the other night. But look at, so there's star patterns here that you should be able to notice that are really odd. All right, and there's one in particular that I think is the coolest in this beautiful nebula. This nebula is many light years across, but it's okay. I'll show you. It's right here. Look at this. See that semicircular pattern of stars? Isn't that beautiful? This orange star is probably in the foreground, but look at that semicircular patch. Isn't that cool? That's neat. Also, while we're waiting here, let me do this. Let me, oh, this is so beautiful. Let me do this. I'm going to bring up our black level here and kind of darken the background a little against there. We go. That's what I want. Okay. And so when we come out of this now, oh, look at that, guys. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh, yeah, I swear, I don't know that it'll probably have to get cloudy for me to quit or to get, have the sun coming up. Okay. So, if you look, let's go here and let's bring this up to, let's go to 100% because we can. And this will be around here in the middle. Okay. And now, the modeled color that you see will go away as time goes on. But there's one thing I want to show you right here. Okay, and that is this guy right here. This right here is an amazing dark globule. And I had the privilege, and as I've told you before, I was taught for some of my astronomy work by a man by the name of Bart J. Bach. And Bart Bach is the man who studied these dark areas in the night sky more than any other person. And these dark objects, not this one in particular, but others like it, but smaller and singular spherical blobs, were called Bach globules. And these Bach globules are areas that are gravitationally condensing on their own accord because of the mass inside of them of dust and gas. And that condensation could lead to stellar formation and planetary formation. And so Bart Bach pioneered that. And this is a beautiful example of such a dark globule location in this nebula. It's just beautiful, Okay, let's see now. Okay, and there's more down here. We talked about the fact that there's quite a lot more in this nebula that is going on, and I'll go to 33% here. Okay, there's one over here, right there, see that one? That there, there's one way over here on the left side. Okay, one there on the upper left. It's just stupendously beautiful. I just love it. I just love it. What can I say? It's just amazing. Wow. Huh. So if you guys are interested and you want to see something in particular or in that region of the neighborhood of the sky, let us know. I'm sure I can steer to it if it's up. The other thing is, we've stacked now 10 of these images. Look how much clearer this looks from what it was. You notice that? Hey, JSCO77, welcome. Good to see you. This stream is not using the same equipment. I'm actually all the way across the country. I'm in Arizona. I'm about 70 miles from the observatory. And I'm running it from Mesa, Arizona right now. I fixed the focus issue with the telescope. So now our images, we have a lot more latitude. We can now zoom in like crazy. And JSCO, make sure you go to the server where we have these images going up to, so that you will be able to get a hold of the other images we've already taken, like the Andromeda galaxy and Messier 33, the Triangulum galaxy. Each of the pictures tonight I took of those two objects were better than any I have ever seen from this observatory. The change to the telescope is amazing. I probably won't sleep tonight. This is just beautiful. This is the Sol Nebula, by the way, folks. This is the Sol Nebula. I think I should probably go to the Heart Nebula just because we should after this, you know. All right, we've stacked 12 of these. You can see all this fine detail here. Actually, this is something very cool. I got to show you this. When we look at the nebula, you can look at the nebulae and see that you can figure out some of the morphology. That is to say, how some of these things formed. And that's kind of interesting. So let's go and take a look at, say, this part of it right here. See that little point? Now, why would that be a point? Okay. It'd be a point because there might be a hot star somewhere between us and this, okay, that's sending a lot of high energy toward that, what used to be a larger gas cloud. The stuff in here is probably denser than what was around it before. So what was around it before got streamed back. But this stuff, being denser, is probably more resilient and is moving much more slowly. And so you're seeing a snapshot in time, potentially, of the evolution of a gas cloud, dust cloud. This is a glowing hydrogen gas cloud here. Okay, brought on by the high energy of a star that's nearby that's giving off a lot of ultraviolet energy. All right, and then we can see that we have this dark nebula, this dark stuff here. This is just dust that is just replete in this the interstellar medium. Look at the clouds here on the right. There's so much of it over here. It's all over here and overlapping. Crazy stuff. But it's how the universe works, man. It's how the universe works. That's where we come from. You know, from originally we were born probably in a cloud like this. And over time we made our way out through gravitational interactions with other stars. And we got whipped free and made our way to a spot in the universe, in the galaxy rather, where we're on our own path. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that all the stars in this cluster right here, okay, like right here, these are all pretty much the same kind, but also the same, and here's the most important part, chemical composition. They're all pretty much the same in their chemical composition. So if these stars got scattered far and wide, that chemical composition is like a fingerprint for a star. It doesn't recur in another star, that is to say, in other stars that weren't born out of the same dust clouds and gas clouds, because the compositions are somewhat unique. So, like fingerprints, if we know our sun's composition down to every spectral line and every percentage of elements that are in our periodic table that we find inside the sun, because that's where, you know, these elements come from, is the hearts of stars of all kinds, then we should be able to find our siblings. That is to say, stars that were born with us when we were born. And in fact, we have found one star so far. That is our sibling. And it's in the southern hemisphere. We can't look at it, unfortunately, or I would have. It has the exact same composition as our sun. So it's one of our siblings. It was the first one ever found. And there will be more. We just have to look. Martian Johansson, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, and this is the night one of the telescope that has been fully brought up to speed and working far better than it ever has. So what you're seeing tonight is live and is just the beginning. This is what we're going to be showing you every single time we go into a SkyTour LiveStream from now on. You're going to see these things just like this that are beautiful. Okay, let's go in. Now we have stacked 18 of these. And we'll pause this and we'll save it. All right, when I hit save, it's now going to be going up to the server, which you all have access to for free and then save exactly as seen. So you'll see it just like this. All right. So if you want pretty pictures, you can go get it. And they're actually big pictures. They're not little tiny pictures. They're no thumbnails. They're full size. So prepare to download for a while. All right. And now let's go and let's say we'll clear this. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to do the counterpart to the Soul Nebula, which is the Heart Nebula. Heart and Soul. So, and that was 40 seconds. We'll do the same. Here's 1 second. This is just our, I call it a hyper process or a focal, focus in finder scope mode effectively. And so now what we'll do is we'll go back in here. And this is our planetarium show here, our little planetarium we use. And as we look, we can see that the Heart Nebula is right there. So all we have to do is head toward it. And I think we can just go whipping on over. So let's do that. Let's grab this here. And let's head over there. Let's first of all, let me do this. Let's get out of this and go into our full mode where we actually use the resources at hand. And then we will come over here and let us to go this way. Okay. We're going to head on over to the Heart Nebula. Shouldn't take us very long. Okay, and now let's do this. There's no reason to even use the finder. We can just do it this way. Okay, and let's find the heart. There it is. Oh, you're going to like this. For those that haven't seen this before in this telescope, I think you're going to enjoy it quite a bit. I think you're going to really enjoy this. Okay, let me first look back on this. And let's go check out where we are. Okay, we've got this cluster, which is where we're looking. And then we have the fish head. So that means this. We actually see, this is NGC 1027 here. This is the cluster, and then up here we have what's called the fish head. But we have to move over a little more. And let's go bring it down a little bit because it's just out of shot right here. There we go. Now we got it. There it is right there. Okay, and now we'll move in a little bit. So move over a little bit. All right, and now let's go and set our speed to something that we can make use of. We'll go now south of this, a tad, tiniest of bits. And then go westward, the tiniest of bits. Okay. This is a big object, so it fills way more. Now, our view here is 2 degrees across. It's 2 full degrees across and 1.5 degrees tall. That's 4 full moons across and 3 high. Okay? And yes, Daryl, I'm going to go back in and figure that out. I'm centered up on the cluster now, so I'm going to come in here and do that. Okay, because this is where we are right now. All right, and so now what I'm going to do is just tell the telescope to basically align on that one point. So there we go. So now we're there. That's right, Martian, and that's what I did out in the observatory. I recollimated the scope, and it ended up being just perfect. I did it in a very short time too. It was really easy to do. Okay, so. Oh yes, that's right. In radiology it matters too for x-rays. Okay, now watch guys. So now what we're going to do is we're going to, if you think this just sort of looks like a kind of a fuzzy little thing here, right? Well, it does look like a little fuzzy thing, but it's going to change in just a minute because we're going to now go and we're going to do a 40 seconds as before on this. So here we go. And we'll live stack this. We start up the stack, clear any buffer that we need to, and we're set. And now our little, we see our progress bar down here. Here we go. Oh, now wait for this. Well, Martian, it wasn't simple, but when you have like a month to figure out what you're going to do when you get in there, it looks deceptively simple. Okay, you tell me now, was it worth it? Was it worth it, guys? Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Yes. The answer is, it was worth it. Okay, let's full screen that. Now, look. Oh. This is just, I'm beyond. Yes, what I had to do was I had to, JSCO, you telling me, I had to plan what I was going to do when I got in there because, first of all, I'm working in the dark, and there is a time frame that I have to get it done in, and it just really, it took me some time to plan exactly what I was going to do. I wrote the process down, the procedure that I was going to do step by step. And I went in there and I didn't let anything sway me from that process. And I ended up, I'm just leaning my head on the microphone staring at the Heart Nebula. That's the Heart Nebula, guys. I didn't let anything sway me from the process, and I proceeded to do this collimation process. Again, it comes down to this. The mirror's at the back end of the telescope. There's a lens at the front. During some motions earlier in the year, the telescope hit the mount, and it went kind of off center that way. So these were no longer parallel. This one was like cockeyed a little bit, and so the star images were kind of at a sort of an elliptical shape. And that spread to everything in the system and just ruined all the imagery. But the first time I went out there to fix it, I missed a step, and that's only because this was new hardware for me. And when I left, I thought it looked good, but unfortunately it did not. It ended up being worse. So I couldn't wait to get back here. And now the images that are coming out are better than any we've ever had, ever, since the very beginning. So I'm like, wow. So if you look, and Daryl's saying it right now too, if we go to 100% right now, you'll see that it's going to be a little bit noisy in the middle here, okay, as we get here, all right? Because you can see there's some noise here, that modeling. That will go away, and we'll actually have that covered up. But you'll look here and you'll see there's really some tremendous detail in here. And very focused stars. Thank you very much. I love that. So that's something that we need to consider, that this process has allowed us to capture a much better set of imagery. Now look at that. Look at the stuff on the left. It's almost like you're looking at clouds in the sky, but they're actually light years across. Yeah, Daryl's saying it right now. Yeah. Oh, blue sky heading out. Okay. Well, there'll be more for you to see. So head up to the server site to see the rest of the objects and check them out, download them, have some fun. All right, really cool. Nossa Senhora. Hey, yeah. So this stuff, again, as the frames are stacked, we're going to end up, and we only have 6 stacked so far, but this modeling in here is going to go away. It's going to get a lot softer. The noise is going to get lost in the muddle, and you're going to end up seeing the signal, the stars and the dark nebula, coming out and exceeding and superseding the noise, and thus we'll have some beautiful imagery. I mean, you can almost see the three-dimensionality here, can't you? You can almost see three-dimensionality. You can see how you go in here, you go in here, and then now this is behind you, and you're moving further, deeper into this nebula. And then you reach this, and you go around that and back up here. Oh, you can almost see how, you can do that. And if you notice, why they call it the Heart Nebula? Well, look, there's the heart right there. That's a heart. At least that's what we see. Hello there, Volkisch Fraulein. How are you? Bill Goldman. Yeah. Oh, hey, thanks, Martian. And SkyTour LiveStream, it started out as me wanting a telescope and an observatory. But I've said this before, it's no longer just me. It's Tara Diulis and it's Marianne Robb who is in the chat. Without them, this would not be here. They oversaw construction, they got contractors, they got all the people to do the work, because COVID prevented me from coming out here 6 times. And finally I got out here when everything was built. Of course, I was doing all the long distance work to try and oversee, but it's just not the same. But Tara Diulis was sort of like the foreman on the job out there. She managed to make sure that everybody was doing what they had to do. And Marianne Robb, as the business director for this whole organization, has been just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I can't say enough. So these are people that deserve all the credit. I'm just a big mouth. I just talk about stars and clouds of dust and gas. So it's just pretty cool. And speaking of the Pleiades, we might be able to see the Pleiades. Keep in mind that, in a nebula like this, it really looks pretty. But, when we get to stars that are really exceedingly bright, we have an issue with halos. And I've been building in, there you go, there's the wide angle version. Wow. I've been working on a system to remove halos. Look at that. I don't know what to say. Well, I've been working on a system to remove halos from the star images, and it's really just it works. But it's I'm going to make it automated, so that's what I'm trying to work on now. Yeah. Yep. And then, of course, on the air, you have me and you have Daryl. And sometimes we have Amanda Curran. Amanda has unfortunately been so busy with her life that she has not been able to join many of our SkyTour live streams anymore. But that's okay. We still love her. We still, respect her. But the lion's share of the credit goes to Marianne Robb and Tara Diulis in addition. Like I said, I'm just a big mouth saying, wow, cool nebula. Yeah. Well, design the building, telescope setup, yeah, whatever. That's nothing. I don't think it's a big deal. The mechanics of getting this done, that was the big deal. Yep. So, if Marianne's still in here, show her your love. I saw Tara earlier. But look at this. This is 13 stacked images, guys. Look at the richness. The reds, of course, are hydrogen, glowing hydrogen regions. These are regions where the atoms of hydrogen have been ionized. And really, what does that mean? It means that the electron, there's one electron that goes around the nucleus of a hydrogen atom, which has one proton. And that electron gets a lot of ultraviolet energy from a nearby star. It's like the cluster in the center. Okay? And those stars have very powerful ultraviolet energy that reaches out for light years. And it will strike hydrogen gas, which is neutral. It just is like a proton and an electron. No charge on that. Okay, the proton's +1, the electron -1. And when the electron gets knocked off, now that means that it's absorbed some energy. And when it absorbs energy, it ends up ionizing. All right, and that ionization state doesn't last though, and that electron will come, cascading back down into the atom. And when it does, it will end up giving off light, and that light is this characteristic red color. Hey, Curtis Horn, welcome. Curtis Horn is actually a very important fella over on Cloudy Nights, which is a website you can go to, cloudynights.com, and they have a wonderful forum if you're interested in astronomy, whether you're a beginner or a professional. Curtis moderates some of the groups over there, and he's really quite good at what he does. And we welcome him here. And he is a mod here as well. But he is also a friend of SkyTour LiveStream, and someone who, when he talks, you should listen. So that's Curtis. So welcome, Curtis. Thank you for dropping in. I fixed the collimation error on the telescope. What's today? Was today Wednesday? Yes, it is. Yesterday, last night, I fixed the collimation error out in the desert. And right now, I'm about 70 miles from the building, and I'm in Mesa, Arizona, working in the building from here. And this telescope has now proved its mettle. And if I zoom in, if we zoom in, you'll see what I mean. Let's go to 100%, like the maximum size. And you'll see that except for some noise, it really looks pretty. It really looks beautiful. This is and this is live. I mean, I love live imagery more so than a photograph. I can be skimming through a photo, but that's not nearly as exciting as a live image. Okay. And so I really think that looking at this image really is more, I think, educational. Look at all the detail in here. Look at the tiny stars. Look at these clumps of glowing gas. Now there's dust in here as well. It's sort of mixed together, as you can see. Here's some dust over here on this side. All right, and there's glowing gas as well mixed in. You can almost see the three-dimensionality of it. It's actually a very interesting look, and a very interesting phenomena. What do you mean I'm ignoring Vera? I'm not ignoring Vera. I can't see the chat every moment. That's the problem. Vera, what did you say? What am I... Oh, now I get it, Vera. Vera writes, Mark, upgrade Marianne Rob's computer tomorrow. And then Marianne says, hey, Vera, Mark's ignoring you because I think she wants an upgraded computer. Yeah, okay, you guys are in cahoots. I get it. Well, you know what? If anyone should get an upgraded computer, it should be Marianne, without a doubt. Jeez. Yeah, Curtis says he's a retired mod there now, but thanks a lot. A lot of what he's implemented is still going strong. Well, of course. You know why, Curtis? Because you thought it out, man. You thought it out well, and you had a lasting, you left a lasting mark over there. And I'm, I don't have any ego. I think it's great that you did that, and I'll give you praise before I praise myself. I'll tell you that, because, I might be an astronomer, but you know what? There is stuff in astronomy that's always still new to me sometimes, and some of the equipment new to me. I've used remote stuff before, but this is the only system that I've ever built from scratch and gone from the bottom up, and so I had to learn everything along the way. And Cloudy Nights, man, at cloudynights.com, you ask a question over there, or just do a search in the forums. There's years of data out there to go mining, and it's just so cool. And it's nice to be able to find people that know about these things. That observatory that's out there in the desert right now that we made probably wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the fact that Cloudy Nights was actually available, so readily available and easily available to show us what's going on. Yeah. Okay, and Curtis says, by the way, I was trying to get Bill New York Skywatcher, who does the meteor showers, by the way, guys. He's also the producer for our radio shows on KGRA DB and KGRA radio. And to use Astro Toaster with his A7S the other night. Not sure if he was able to get it working yet. Okay, I'm going to ask him. I will ask him, actually. Oh, okay, Marianne's right there. Okay, what you can talk, you know.
See, Vera and I got you.
Yeah, I know you and Vera. You guys are, you know, that's not fair. Okay, that's not fair.
Daryl wants one too, so 2 for 1.
Oh yeah, Daryl wants one too. Daryl needs one too. He's got his computer making all kinds of messed up things right there. You know, his Skype doesn't work. Okay. Hey, Starseed's here too. What do you think of this nebula, Starseed? Isn't this beautiful? This is the Heart Nebula. You know, and this is just amazing. It's just beautiful. I saw a comment earlier that said, you know, it seems the nebula in the upper right, that's called the fish head, seems unreal. It does. And you know what, if we want, we can actually monkey with the colors. Okay, like right now, saturation's pretty high. I could drop it down. All right, and you'll see that we can make it go black and white if we want to. So this is what it would look like if it was black and white. Right? Now, depending, you can see that it's really lost in translation. You know, and so the thing is, when we look at this, I saw that, Daryl, that's funny. So when we look at this, what we can do is we can actually change how much of the color is actually coming through, and maybe it was a little intense. It's certainly, this is too bright, right? This is too much, what you're about to see, okay? That's way too much. That's not what it looks like in reality. It's actually a softer variant of the red in reality, and that variant is going to be somewhere around, let me bring it down to it, to about here. Right about there. That's about what we got. That's what it looks like in real life. And this we know based on looking at filters and their band passes and what we know the exact frequency is of the light coming from the H alpha emission line from hydrogen. That's pretty cool. All right. So yeah. So this is now 26 stacked, and I think that's good enough for this. Yeah, and so we'll pause this. We're going to save the FITS file. Remember, that's the astronomical format that we use in astronomy. It's the legacy format that we use, actually. And then we're going to save exactly as it shows here, so you can just have a pretty picture if you like. All right, and there it goes. There it is right there. Okay, so we'll clear it now and get out of it. And don't worry, it's not lost because, as you know, it's going up on the server as we speak. And you will be able to access it probably in about 10 minutes or less. All right, so here we go. Now, if we actually just do like a hyper process shot of this, then this is what this is what it looks like. This is the Heart Nebula. Not a whole lot there. The green color, probably because the moon is out. So let's do this. Okay. All right. So now we go to our, let's go here to our planetarium program. And, you know, the night wouldn't be complete without going to the elephant's trunk. You know that. We have to check out the elephant's trunk. Must check out the elephant's trunk. Must go to elephant's trunk. Must go. There's all kinds of things elsewhere too to find, and it's another thing we want to do. Oh my gosh, there's just so much. Okay, let's find the elephant's trunk. It's so much. Well, hold on. We need to add the apostrophe because this is one of those literal. No, see, I have a 1 second delay on everything, and it really makes me crazy. And that's because we're using a very slow internet out there right now. We got Starlink coming, but it's not there yet. Okay, and now let's go to the elephant's trunk. And to do that, we're going to come back here. Telescope has been instructed to go. There it goes. It's on its way. Okay, you can watch it here. Okay, you can see it right there moving through the building. Okay, right there. You know, there it goes. And it's going to a bright star in the area near the elephant's trunk where it will center that bright star and use it as a sort of a signpost. Okay, probably going to be this star up here. That's my guess. It's going to use this. Okay. No, it didn't. It used a different one. And normally I know which star it is, but let's see which one it is. Oh. Okay. It is using the star right here in the constellation of Cepheus. It's using that star, and it's moved now there. So the star it used as a signpost is Zeta Cephei. Okay, and now as we pull into the elephant's trunk, let's see where we are here. It's right here. You can see it there. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the telescope down to the south just a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to move the telescope to the west a little bit and bring the elephant's trunk and the feature to its right into the field of view, and that's called the caravan. And it's just a really interesting knot of nebulous material. And I don't want to go too far because there's a beautiful dark nebula right here that we want to see as well. And this is the first time I've taken this picture with the telescope in this configuration, which is now so much better. So we'll do another 40-second shot. I'm really tempted to do a 5-minute shot, but you know what? I don't want to make you sit through that. Plus the moon's out, and it's going to be a little bit less exciting when the moon is out. Okay, well, let's live stack this, and let's see what we got. All right. Progress bar across the bottom, moving across the bottom in our 40-second exposure. It does the countdown here. You can see it counting down on the right, counting up on the left. Don't know why it does both, but it does. And there's halos around bright stars. Martian, yes, as Daryl's telling you. Okay, so watch the elephant's trunk. You ready? Oh, okay. Now, okay, what we're looking at here, let me drop it down and do this auto size process so you can see it. There is the elephant's trunk. Look at that. Is that not, oh my gosh. Yeah, okay, so we're going to put this down and maximize for your viewing pleasure. There it is. Yeah, and we will be able to zoom in shortly once we start getting rid of some of the noise. And you'll be able to see some of these other stars. There, look at this is the caravan, this part here that we're talking about. And this is the trunk, the elephant's trunk itself. No, it doesn't look like an elephant's trunk directly, I know. But that's what it's called. This, however, is a very dense, very dense dark nebula here. And, using an infrared camera like one on the James Webb Space Telescope, we might be able to see what's going on in there. Maybe there's some stars that are forming in there. Maybe some stars with planets. Another one is over here. Another one over here and here, down here, over there, and those are these are the ones that are big. Then we have small ones like these two over here. Okay, we have others like here, right? And then more like over here in the lower left, right? And then really small ones like in here and this squiggle and the two tiny little ones right there. It's an area where it's an active stellar formation location, a stellar nursery, and it's just incredible. James Dugan from Australia. How are you, my friend? Good to see you here with us tonight. Really good. I'm going to see if we can, now that we have several stacked, 4 of them in fact, let's see if we can bring back a little brightness. There we go. Now that's what we're calling it. That's going to be good. Watch this. All right. Now that is a nebula. Okay. Actually, it's a whole freaking region of nebulae. All right. And if we zoom in here, let's make sure that our focus is still tip top. There are 2 stars in here that we should be able to see if I zoom in on this. If I go to 100, they'll be just to the right. And there we are. Look at those 2 stars. There's 1, 2 stars right there. This is the elephant's trunk. You can see this wispy stuff right here. Absolutely beautiful. We still have some noise in the image because we only have 5 images stacked. By the time we get to 15 or so, this will be a lot smoother and look a lot better. Oh, I'm glad, James. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming in. I'm glad you thought of us when you got home. Yeah, Daryl says, imagine the caravan as camels. And that's, you got to understand, this wasn't named, back in the times of the Babylonian era because this is an object that certainly wasn't visible back then. Okay? Not to them, anyway. So this is more of a modern impression from when we actually started to see it. But these are like the camel humps, as Daryl was telling you just now. Okay. And this is, of course, the elephant's trunk. Now, as far as the star halos, you can see a faint one right here. There's a faint one around this bright central star. I successfully wrote an algorithm within Photoshop to remove these halos. And I'm doing it manually right now, and then I'm going to make it an automated process, but it does work. Oh, Vera, thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much, Vera. Vera Lucia Campos is from Brazil and joins us most every stream. It's so happy to have her here. Just wonderful. Well, thanks, JSCO. JSCO 77. That's very kind word. Thank you. I'm just finding this to be just so incredible. Okay, we're at 8 stacked right now, and let's do some exploration, shall we? Let's go in and let's go to 66% here, and then play around in there. Okay, notice that it looks so much nicer in here now. Remember we saw how grainy and weird and bad it looked? Well, now it looks so much nicer. So if we move over now, one of the things I want to show you, you see this hole inside this dark nebula? If you look, there's a star in here with another star in there, right? If you look, you see some really faint red stars in here, right? Now, those could be red dwarf stars, M-class stars, or they could be stars that are so deep in the nebula that their light has been reddened, like the air reddens the sun on the horizon and makes the sunset look orange. Well, these stars might be orange because of what's called interstellar reddening. All right. I hazard a guess that most of these are that case, okay? If they're actually out and visible and not being interfered with by any light, then they would probably be orange like this star right here. Okay, this star looks like it's, probably on the near edge, if not. Okay. All right, Curtis, thank you for coming by. Hope to see you back again. I should be here. It's just one of those nights, man. So that said, okay, if you notice where this is, let me actually zoom in a little more. I'm going to zoom in, go to 100% on this. Because I want to show you this center part. That's the cool part here. It shows you something that goes on in the universe. Okay. So you see this is a hole, all right? And let me see if I can accentuate that by sliding what's called the black point over a little bit. Let's see if that does it. Yeah, that helps. I'll leave it like that for now, even though we'll come back a little after. But if you notice on this part here, this is all dark nebula. It's dark dust. Okay, there's no dark gas. There's dark dust. And if you look in here, you see there's a sort of relatively spherical opening, right? And then there's a star in here. I'm willing to bet that this star is probably in the middle of this dust, probably born there, maybe moving through there. But what it's done is it's radiated energy out in every direction. And it looks to me, and it's very likely because we've seen this elsewhere, that it's made a cavity inside of this with its stellar winds pushing outward. Okay? And that stellar wind pushing outward is going to eventually make a spherical cavity in this dark nebula. And that's kind of what I think we see as the eye of the needle in this elephant's trunk, so to speak. And so I think that's kind of a really cool thing that these stars do. They will make cavities. Very, very hot young stars will do that. And then if they go supernova or they blow off their outer layers, sometimes those outer layers catch up with the edge of the cavity. And when they do, they strike that interstellar medium with tremendous force. And they end up actually causing, they will actually be slowed down dramatically. And then when they get slowed down dramatically, they heat up and they glow. And we see them as nebulae that have glowed. And I tell you one thing, when I was looking at some of the other things coming up in Orion and Monoceros and some of the other constellations, Canis Major, that are coming up soon, and I can tell you that we are in for a real treat. We are in for one heck of a treat. Okay? So let's go back and back off to the amazing position we were in before when we looked at this. And it'll look a little darker than it should, but I mean that is pretty stunning. But I'm going to actually bring us back to a proper level of the black level here. So we're going to slide that whole curve to the left, brighten it all up a little bit, boop, and now we're back to what it was. And we should be at 14 or 15 stacked right now. We're at 14, moving on, almost to 15 coming up, and with everyone that's stacked, well, there's just a little bit more of the signal coming out and less of the noise. So when we were doing this before, this black area over here, we noticed that inside this black area was kind of mottled. Let's go see how it looks now. Let's zoom in a little bit and see what we got. Okay, actually I can do it like this. So if I come over here, I can just put the arrow on there and roll my mouse wheel. Let's zoom in on it. Okay, as you can see, right, it's becoming more black and more properly toned because we have enough of the signal to noise ratio that's high enough so that we can actually do that. We can actually see that. Absolutely stupendous. You can actually stare at these for hours. You can stare at these for hours. Look, more of these red stars that are just buried. Many of these are probably inside the cloud. That's why they don't look as bright as the others. right? They're buried inside and they're reddened quite a bit. They're probably quite far in. Remember, this is all 3D. You're seeing the universe in 3 dimensions, but it's projected. It's projected on the sky in 2 dimensions. You don't know. So, well, good night, Ronald. I guess Ronald says, hey, who's going to bed? Is it Martian? Martian, you're heading off? Well, whoever's going to bed, good night. I will be here for a bit longer. But I think that looks really pretty. And what I'm going to do now is we are at 17 frames. That's good. Well, let's see. We're almost to 18. We'll do 18. All right, Martin. You have a good night. Thank you, my friend, for coming out. Okay. There's 18. So now what we'll do is we'll pause it here. And we will save this stack. This is the stack. This is the full stack that you can analyze on your own if you have the software to do it. Okay, Martian, good. And then what I'll do is I will save exactly as you see it here. And that'll be a ping file, so you can download it and just explore the ping files. I mean, currently, we're at the point now where we can actually do that kind of exploration because the instrument supports that with its capabilities now. Okay, so now back to here. Let's do 1 second. All right, and we'll do a hyper-processed view, and we'll come back to our planetarium view. And so we did the elephant's trunk, we did the heart, we did that. Now let's see. Oh boy. You know what I want to do? I haven't done this, and I'm not sure how this will work. Okay. But I'm going to try this anyway. Let's see. Gonna do this. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I know what I want to do. Okay. I have to bring this down so we have our full instrumentation overview. There it is. Now we have it all. And I'm going to make sure we have our handset, and then I'm going to try to determine, I will determine actually, where this star is, because there's something cool here we haven't seen in months. Okay, 40 degrees, we can do it. Okay, we're going to go to the star Saturn in the constellation of Cygnus the Swan. And if you're wondering about Cygnus the Swan, there it is. That's what it looks like, right? The tail, or the deneb, is the tail of the swan. Saturn is the middle. And then we have the stars that form out here, the wings. And then the beak is Albireo, which I looked at the other day, and it actually looks quite nice with this new setup. It's a double star. Okay, Albireo is a double star, right? And it's a K3, SEOBAFGKM star, but it goes from like, K0 through 9, and the others do the same. This is a K3. However, it's a giant star, so it's not like a dwarf star like the sun is considered a dwarf, which is fusing hydrogen into helium. It's actually a giant star, so it is designated by Roman numeral 2. So that's the II. All right. And then next to it is a B9.5 star. But that one is a star that's making a proper go of fusing hydrogen into helium. So it's doing very well. Okay. But right next to it is a star that's going to go supernova eventually, perhaps. And that's really kind of interesting. But it's one of the most beautiful double stars in the whole night sky. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to head to Saturn, and we're going to check it out, and we're going to head there now. Saturn has a nebula around it that is really amazingly convoluted and actually stunning. So we're going to go there now, and we're going to go right to the star, because when we go to a star that's especially a bright star like this, well, there we go. You already see the nebula down here. All right, and solder will be centered up, and then we'll be able to start imaging this nebula right away. Then I'd like to show you Albireo as well, because I think you'll enjoy Albireo. Albireo is just a beautiful double star. Just gotta see it. You know, you gotta see it. If you've not seen it, this is a beautiful star to look at. Okay, so here we are. This is solder now, and the telescope is just finishing the auto centering of solder. And there it is. It has finished. And what we're going to do is actually move it a little bit to the east. All right, because there's a nebula out here that we want to see. And you're going to be amazed at how much there is. I think by now you get the idea that when you see nebula in this telescope, that it just is it's just a hint of so much more to come. All right, so let's do this. Let's move the telescope a little bit more toward the east. Okay, and then we're going to move it up a little bit. See, there's some stuff up here I don't want to lose, but I want to show you this too, so we have to pick. So we're going to move a little further to the east, and we'll go up just a little bit. That's to say, point the telescope down a little bit. We're going to move it up in the field a little bit. All right. Okay. And let me pop out of that. And we'll go down a little bit. Now you can see the halo. Yeah. This halo, see, I'm going to get rid of these halos programmatically in the processing. That's the thing that I'm going to do. And those two dark lines you see, those are the cables, because the telescope is actually really strange. It's actually got it's got a camera sticking off the front of it. All right, it's a different setup, but it's actually quite an elaborate setup. Okay, so we're here now, and there's an auto guider system on the telescope, and I will let that find its guide star, which by now it's done. And what I'll do is I'm going to go to 40 seconds with this, you know, and we're going to try that. All right, and you're going to see the most amazing nebula here. Okay, so we're going to go live stacking this. Clear the elephant's trunk from the buffer. It's up on the server, so you're going to get to see it. The cables that, yeah, there's the USB cables, there's power cables going to that camera. And so you bring them in straight from each side, and they cause diffraction spikes, which are the spikes coming off the stars. Okay, well, we're almost there. And I'm going to take a chance that it's going to look beautiful. So here we go. Ready? And, oh, yes. Look at that. Now, this is an area that's just full of nebula. Solder is a very bright star. These are diffraction spikes that you're seeing right here, caused by the cables. And you can see the shadows of the cables. And they're actually parallel to each other, but they just do this odd shape thing. All right, so this is pretty cool. Yeah, Stellarium Star Catalog is interesting because they have some really weird names for some of the stuff they've got up there. And I don't understand where those names came from. And Daryl doesn't either. He's not sure why. But some of the names are there that are actual and real. We're going to darken up and drop our black point here and bring us back to this. Look at this. Oh, man. And since we're just imaging for a bit, we won't be on this too long. But this is a perfect star for what I was telling you about. That's a perfect star to get rid of the halo with, okay, up there. So I have a way of doing that where you basically negate the halo with a analytical approach, and I think that's going to be cool. Yes, that's right, Martian. The diffraction spikes are the white lines, that are crossing the face of the star like that. Yep, yep. They're actually very pretty, and most people like them. But the halos are an artifact of this imaging system. And you may not notice it, but if you look at more images, you'll notice that there's quite a lot of halos like this around some of the stars. You know. Yeah, Daryl's saying that Stellarium, seems pretty up to date, and it does catalog and show you the passage of satellites like the Starlink satellites. They're up there, and they're not incorrect. They're in the right spots. Yes, they are. So we've stacked 4, but look at this is just a beautiful nebula too. It's a nebulous region, all right. And what we'll do is I'm gonna pause this right now, save it. We've got 5, and that's all we're gonna do for this one, because there's something else I want to show you. Does it ever end, Captain? No, it doesn't. Scotty, the universe is huge, Scotty. We have to show people this universe. I said, whatever you say, sir. And there we go. Okay, so now we'll clear this beautiful nebula. Come out of this, go back to 1 second hyper-processed shots. Yep. And bring up our hyper-processing spectrum. Okay, now let's go back to this and get rid of our stuff there. I want to drop us down to the Crescent Nebula. Why? Because we like you. The Crescent Nebula is really neat. I want to show it to you, and then we'll move on. But I haven't seen the Crescent Nebula since the telescope has been properly fixed. So that's something that we're going to do. All right, so now I think I'm going to go to the west. Yep. Okay, and we're going to just come off here. Go to this next setting. Go to change the setting here. And now we'll go a little faster. Here we go. Then head south. Might go too far. Let's go see. Did we go too far? Nope. There we are. There's the Crescent Nebula. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back here and center this up, and you'll see some pretty amazing stuff. Remember we talked about the elephant's trunk? I talked about how the stars inside the elephant's trunk, when they actually created a cavity. Well, that's also what happened here, but for a very different reason. So I'm showing you something that's a little bit different. Okay, this nebula that you're seeing here is powered effectively by this star right here. That star has a special name and special designation. It's called a Wolf-Rayet star. Wolf like the animal, and Rayet, R-A-Y-E-T. The Wolf-Rayet stars are very odd. They're very high temperature. They're all heading towards supernovas, and they're going to create supernovas. But they actually blow off their outer layers. And when they blow off their outer layers, they create an amazing outflow of high-speed material coming out off of them. And that material that's coming off of them is creating, initially, the stellar wind from these things creates a cavity that we talked about, that cavity like you saw in the elephant's trunk. And then when it does that, that cavity is now fairly empty of material of all kinds, and so there's no material left behind there. But then when the star starts blowing off those outer layers, for many different reasons, for how they operate, well, what happens then is we see that these stars end up creating this. Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. I can tell you that. I can tell you that's gonna be beautiful. I can see it now. These stars will actually create a. What the heck? I don't want that. Just a minute. What I do? I don't like that. I did something weird. I don't know how I did it, but I'll figure it out. Maybe I just gotta do this. And then bring back the stack. Nope. Like this. Yep, okay. So they create a cavity around themselves. But then what happens is after they create this cavity and they blow off their outer layers, that material starts to move out from the star at high speed, but it catches up to the border of the cavity they made. And the shape of the cavity in the terms of the elephant's trunk was kind of spherical. You saw it was sort of round. Well, depending on the density in the interstellar medium, the material in the interstellar medium that we see might actually be more dense in some places than others. And when that happens, sometimes the spherical shell of cavity produced by the stellar winds blowing outward can be altered, can be changed shape. It can be like where it's denser, it might be flatter and harder to push through. So the stuff kind of, doesn't get to push too far in at one spot. Then on the other side, maybe it's clearer and pushes out farther. And we see that process here. This is certainly not a round shell yet. This is the star that's responsible, right? This star right here, which I confirmed in the NASA SEDS database. And so this star, being the Wolf-Rayet star in question, it was blowing off its outer layers, but it didn't do it unevenly. It did it kind of evenly in every direction. But the interstellar medium is not the same in every direction. Where it's denser, the stuff can't go as far as fast. And where it's not, it goes out further and faster. And that's just what we saw here. Okay, let's come in here and resume the stack while we're here. Okay, we have one image stacked, and now we'll be able to stack more. Oops, I just did that. That wasn't right. Let's bring it back and resume again. And then hit this guy and watch it grow. That's just a beautiful image. And it's really going to get better and better. Okay, we have 2 stacked now. Our noise is going to reduce. Let's go to 40% and see just how much we can see in detail in there. Oh yeah, now we can see there's a lot of detail in here that's forming. This is way more detail than we've ever seen in this nebula. Oh, that's so beautiful. And I can hear Daryl saying, Pac-Man Nebula, Pac-Man Nebula. Oh, Daryl, I know, I hear you. We're going to go there. Yep. Actually, Martian, if I accidentally kill the live stack and start up again, it will continue. If I was to close this right now, it would continue to do that. But if I close the live stack, it'll stop. You know. It does what you tell it to do. So this is called the Crescent Nebula because of this, right? But you can see there's more around it. It's got more around this side. And it's got a buildup of material here. So what's happened is as this star has blown off its outer layers, it's run into some resistance on this side. A really good amount of resistance up there. And that resistance has actually slowed this material down. And in addition to the extreme temperatures here, the the gas that's striking the border, now where it's reaching the denser interstellar medium, now it's suddenly slowing down. And like a pickup truck hitting a snowbank, when it hits the snowbank, that snow, when a pickup truck hits a snowbank, that snow heats up and melts, especially at the speed that it takes for this thing for the stuff to hit. And when it hits, it's like the snow heats up and melts. From a pickup truck, the gas heats up and glows from ionization processes. So that's what happens. And yes, Daryl, the images stand up very well zooming now because we now have pretty much fixed that. So if I go to 100% now, we'll still see some noise, but we'll see more details. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's actually really pretty. Here's that Wolf-Rayet star right there. And you can see that it blew this stuff off in multiple bursts. Okay? Multiple bursts. Wow, that's just crazy. In the past, by the way, guys, I could never go to 100%. Never go to 100%. Ever. Because it was just not good enough. It just wasn't good enough. But now, okay, we can go from this size, the automated size, all the way to that full 100%. You'll notice this diffuse nebula over here too. This stuff out here. This is embedded within diffuse nebula. Oh, incidentally, this object, this star is gonna go supernova someday. You know, it's gonna go supernova someday. Yep. Thank you, PG. PG says it really looks good. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of wisps and such, as you say, Daryl. And I guess a black opal, yeah. Kind of does look like an opal, doesn't it? A giant space opal. Okay, we're going to stack 10 frames here, and there we got them. And now we'll pause it here, save this for you guys, and we will then save it exactly as seen. And then we can move on to the next object. Unless you want to stay with this one for a little while. I don't know if the lensing effects are really occurring JSCO. Maybe it's actually, it could be the guiding. There might be subtle guiding error for all I know. I did not adjust the guider, which I should do right now actually. So I'm going to take that and go to the guider, and you can see in the status here, I'm going in there and I'm going to go into the left and right, called right ascension. I'm going to set that rate to 0.5, and then I'm going to set the up and down, or the declination rate, to 0.1, and that pretty much helps tune it to a better rate for guiding and stuff. But you know, we are a wide angle scope, so it's much easier to guide at the wide angle. But it does very well when it's magnified too. You know, when we're doing it originally. This scope used to be what is known as a f8. Photographically, you know how you have lenses, there are f2 lenses, f4 lenses. You shoot at f4, you shoot at f8. Well, this was f8, and by adding this beautiful lens and camera on the front, we've actually created an f2 instrument. And let me just resume since we're almost there. Okay, might as well, right? While we're still talking about it. Well, the telescope makes these minute adjustments because on top of the telescope, Martian, is a second guide scope. All right, it's, you know, pretty big. It's like 30 inches long, and it's about maybe a 2.5 to 3 inch instrument, maybe 3 inch, and that's a guide scope, a dedicated guide scope. All it does is find a guide star in this field of stars wherever we are, or any field it's in, and it keeps it centered. It's all its job is to keep it centered. So it makes these minute little adjustments to do this, you know? And that's how that works. Okay. We have 11 stacked. We're going to be going to 12. I think that's where we'll stop. This is beautiful. I mean, the color rendering is actually quite good too. Let me see what color it thinks it should be. Yeah, that's about right. That's more right. So this is a little better color rendering right there. Wow. PG has one eye open. Well, that's what happens. Again, this is the Crescent Nebula. The Crescent Nebula. Yep. Okay. All right. Now let's see here. Let's see here. All right. So, yeah, that's just so pretty. I'm seeing so much more detail here than I've ever seen. It's like, it's like it's all new. It's like it's brand new. Brand new. Uh-oh. Okay. So we'll save this one last time. And then we will save exactly as seen. And then we will clear it. But don't worry, it will be up on the server in a few minutes. You can always view it up there a few minutes from now. All right, and that's where we're going. Now let's just do this. Get rid of the stack. We don't need it anymore. Should have got rid of it a moment ago. Now let's go find something else to look at. It's endless. Ah. Wow. Okay. Well, we're kind of near it. I guess we should probably check it out, right? We'll go to the dumbbell, and in the process, you'll get to see Alberio. All right, here we go. Because I think it's going to go to Alberio as the guide star. So let's see if it's going. Didn't make it. Didn't go. All right. There it goes. Ooh, that's getting close. Okay. And now you'll see Alberio. Let's get it to bring it in now. Let's well, this is okay. There's Alberio down here, and you'll notice that you see one's orange and one's blue. When it drags it out, you see that. That's actually the beautiful colors that you see in the eyepiece for these. They're just stunning. It's going to center up Alberio, then it's going to go to the dumbbell nebula. And Daryl's right. Now I got to image everything all over again. You're absolutely right. Oh well. Here comes the dumbbell. All right. This is a planetary nebula. This is the result of a star that didn't explode like a supernova, but actually just puffed up into a giant red giant and just started to pulsate, puffing off its outer layers. And the shape is due to the fact that it was probably a rapid rotator spinning rapidly along this axis. So in other words, it was spinning kind of like this in the picture, okay? Or actually like this, counterclockwise probably from our perspective. I don't know. There's no up or down. And let's go and just grab a few images of this. Let's do we'll do 12 seconds because it's a really bright nebula. And it really does not require a whole lot. All right, so let's clear this. And within 12 seconds now we'll see this. It's going to look pretty good. Okay, even that's too bright. Let me try to drop this down a little bit. Yeah, that's too bright. See, 12 seconds is even too much for this. But let's see if we can play with it this way, get a little more detail. Okay. Okay, Martian asked a question about the guiding. I gotta get back to that for you. You said, I was curious how that computer sends those correction commands to the mechanical positioning equipment, for example, the stepper motor. Okay, these motors are actually encoded motors, meaning that every step is, of course, monitored, knows where it is. But those motors are inside the telescope. And the guide star system is actually hooked into a jack, which is an RS-232 jack, a little phone jack size cable. And that actually is bringing the signal changes, the signal information from the guider down to the telescope and instructing the motors which way to go. It's a system that's completely what I'm trying to say, contained within the telescope. It's a self-contained autonomous system, so it's really good. Let's go to 100% on the dumbbell nebula here. And yeah, see now, unlike in the past, we can see the star in the center of the dumbbell nebula. Do you notice the color? Yeah, it's auto-guiding. Yeah, Daryl's trying to let you know, Martian, what it's doing. You see that blue star? Notice the other stars around here aren't really blue. This one's really blue, isn't it? Do you know why? It's because this star is actually a white dwarf, and it's exceedingly hot. The hotter a star is, the bluer it gets. So this is a star that's more blue than it is any other color. And so it gives off a lot of its energy in the ultraviolet, which is very high energy. And that very high energy radiation will cause the atoms that were previously blown off from the star here to glow. And that's a special, it's ionization and recombination, if you want to know. The electrons bounce off the atom, but they don't stay off the atom for long, and then they come back in. And when they do, they cascade down to lower levels. And when they do that, they give off light. And that's what we see here. We see this turquoisey green light, which is due to oxygen. And we see the red, which is due to hydrogen and perhaps neon. And now if we were to actually do another setup here, I'm going to try and change the color, make the color a little more proper. That's more like it. And now let's try to bring this down a little bit. Bring it down, bring it down. Yeah, see, you can see, trying to get a better view of that color for you. So let's okay, let's do this. Let's okay. All right, so now okay, we're gonna leave that here. We'll go here, do this, and then do this. Okay, that's more like it. So now you can actually see that. All right. And the focus is on this now just a bit off. And it could be just a little bit better, but we'll be okay with this for now. But that is the dumbbell nebula. And that's 23 stacks, 23 stack right there. So we'll save this. And we'll go and save exactly as seen. Yeah, that's right, Daryl. We can definitely see detail we couldn't see before. Yeah, like down here. Okay, and along the bottom, at the top, we see modeling in this shell that we never saw before. Just incredible. And there's, of course, intricacies within these shells here from the north and south poles. This was the east and west and the equator. And again, it was spinning probably this way or that way. And so most of the material came off along the central equator and blew off. The stuff at the north and south, not so much. Okay, so that's there. So we're going to clear this and get rid of this and go back in. Send ourselves back to 1 second. We were doing 12-second exposures there, if you remember. Okay, and we'll bring up our Finder mode, our hyper processing mode. All right, and we'll also come off of 100% and go to auto. So it gets us to a proper sized. Yeah. Sorry about the camera. This is the best I got. I don't have the ability to do the transparency in the background and stuff like that. Okay, let's go back here now. Let's head back to the other end of the observatory, because I have a feeling something cool is coming up on the other side. Let's go back and see. All right. We did elephant's trunk. Yeah. I think that's pretty cool. Okay, we're going to go to this location and check this out. Watch the telescope. It's going to go quite a distance now. Here it goes. Okay, it's going to come to a stop here pretty soon and go to a nearby star. It's slowing down. Here it goes. It's coming to a location. It's coming to that star right there. And it's a star in Cassiopeia. The N star in the W of Cassiopeia. And then it's going to center that star and then make its way to the object of interest, which I want to show you. That's right. In the red, there were these chunky details, Daryl. You're absolutely right. Now, what the heck is this? Holy cow. This is a very famous object known as the double cluster. You can see this with your eye. And it's between the end of Cassiopeia and Perseus. If you draw a line between the N star and Cassiopeia, I'll show you. Okay. There we go. My mouse wasn't working and I realized it wasn't on the ground. Okay. Here's Cassiopeia right here. This is the W of Cassiopeia right here. Right? And here is Perseus, right? Well, from the N star in Cassiopeia, you draw a line down toward Perseus, and it's just off the center line. And you can see it with your eye. From a dark sky sight, it'll be more obvious. All right? And so this is the double cluster. All right? So, why don't we just do this? Since it's so pretty, we'll do another 12-second shot of this guy. Oh, that's 112. I don't want that. That's 112 milliseconds. Well, I don't want that either. So we'll do 12 seconds. Okay, and we'll get rid of that because we don't need it. Okay, so now we'll go back into the live stack, clear anything we have to clear if we have to, and we do. The buffer of the previous one, and there's the double cluster, and it's just beautiful. And it's an interesting cluster because what's interesting about it, in fact, is that this cluster, it looks like the two clusters are right next to each other, but in fact they're not. They're not. The one cluster is actually closer to us and one is farther away, but they look like they're closer. They look like they're close to each other, but they're not. Yeah, Daryl says it's a good binocular object too, and he's right, it is. It's a beautiful binocular object. One of the things about the double cluster that is fascinating to most people, and I'll go full screen, are these beautiful red stars. It's got a bunch of red stars in it. Look at these. Here, here, there, here, there. Well, these are little red stars. Some of these are red dwarfs. I'd have to look up to see which ones are truly red dwarfs. There might be a giant in here somewhere. But I'm not sure where... I'm not sure of the stars that it might be red dwarfs versus not in this particular case. See, there's one there and one there too. Those are probably much larger than just the small M-class dwarfs. Yep. But that's beautiful. That's a stunning little double cluster, and it's, again, we can actually zoom in a little bit and look at each cluster separately. Okay, you can see all the red stars. Again, this is a young cluster, and the thing is, as we said before, all the stars in this cluster have a very, very similar chemical composition because they're all born from the same thing. You know. Yeah, they do. And Cypher 2 says he likes how the red stars complement the cluster itself. But keep in mind, and here's something interesting, those red stars are not in the clusters. They're foreground objects compared to the clusters, which are further away. So that's kind of interesting. So it might be that these red stars are all stars that were formed together and have reached a similar evolutionary state in their existence. You know, so that's pretty cool. All right, let's see here. Beautiful. Okay. I want to take you to something else now because it really behooves us because we're kind of near it. So we're going to pause. We're going to save it as a FITS astronomical format file. Then we're going to save it as it's seen, exactly as seen. Then we'll clear this beautiful image, but it's gone but not forgotten, nor invisible, because it's on its way up to the server as we speak. Server, remember, is accessible very quickly by going to, I thought I tried to do it anyway, by going to either the Mark D'Antonio Facebook site or the SkyTour LiveStream with the Mark D'Antonio site, and looking at the pinned post at the top, it tells you where to go with a link to the OneDrive server that I've set up for everybody up there. So you can go and get your pictures for free, no charge. What a guy. Yep, and that'll do it. So now let's go and move to the next object. Okay. Now we should be able to find this guy right here. We should be able to go here. The Flaming Star Nebula. So off we go. Hey C&D boy, how you doing? Okay, let's get out of this so I can watch my telescope, make sure it's doing the right things. There we go. Now let's go back and see what star it's using. It's using that star right there, okay. Okay, it's centered up. And then it's going to move to the final object. And there it goes. We are on our way to this object right here. This is a beautiful object in the night sky. This is known as the Flaming Star Nebula. And you'll see why in just a moment. It really is pretty. Okay. And now, let's do a 35-second photo of this. And go, go, go. Go, go, go. All right. And remove anything we have to. And now, for 35 seconds, we get to see what this is. Hey, C&D boy, no problem. Glad you joined us tonight. So this is a emission nebula, and it's also a nebula that's shaped by a hot star. And you'll also notice that there's going to be dust in here that's scattering starlight. That scattered starlight is a function of the frequency of the light coming from the star. And so when we look at this object here called the Flaming Star Nebula, well, we have to realize that we're looking at an object that is made up of multiple types of nebula from multiple types of phenomena that are occurring here. So let's take a journey. Let's head into this nebula a little bit closer and check it out. So this, you see this blue stuff up there? This is a blue nebula right there. There's some here. That's dust. And the starlight from one of the stars in here, possibly this one, most likely this one actually, is actually causing the starlight, the dust actually is causing the starlight to be scattered. And scattering occurs with very, very high frequency light. The blue end of the spectrum gets scattered very easily. And the same reason that this is blue here is the reason that our sky is blue. It's called Rayleigh scattering. And Rayleigh scattering is done when high frequencies, or actually any frequencies of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet light get in the proximity of the dust particles like this, and these clouds, and the light strikes these particles, and most of the other light, other than blue, is sort of passed through, but the blue light gets absorbed and re-emitted instantly in all kinds of directions. Same thing happens on Earth with the air molecules than the sunlight. So the high frequencies are easily scattered, and that's what we see in these situations. Scattered light. All right? So that's the Flaming Star Nebula, and the red is the hydrogen gas that's being caused to glow by this star. And of course it's ionizing the hydrogen, the electron jumps off, then it jumps back down spontaneously into the atom again, giving off a characteristic red light as it does so. So they just bounce up and down, they bounce up and down. The electrons go, whoa, and then back down. When they come back down, they give off light. Well, imagine that billions of trillions of times per second, and you have a nebula. So that's what's interesting here. Yep. So I think what would be cool with this nebula is to just zoom in a little bit. So let's go to 66%. Okay, and you can see that there. I can also tell you that we might need to refocus. Actually, the focus changes with temperature, so I think we have to do a little bit of that, but I'm not sure because I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to go, to be honest. I know there's some things I want you to see. Right now we're getting a little bit of a haze glow here, and that's because if you look at the telescope in the building, part of the telescope is actually hitting the roof, and you're getting a little bit of residual light from the roof. or the roof. Okay, let's just bring this down a little bit. We're going to, actually I want to increase the black level. We're going to reduce the black, increase the black level so it gets a little darker. There we go. Isn't that pretty? That's 8 frames stacked so far. Okay. Well, C&D boy, yeah. I don't know what it is with Canada. I mean, they really like the astronomy and UFO things, you know. And yeah, I've done a lot of their shows, and so I guess Canada shows them quite a lot. That's pretty cool. So I actually have several more productions that I'm going to be doing, and I know one of them is going to be filming next week when I get back. I'll be back for a day or two and then filming, so that's cool though. You know, they're good people. I know the people doing the show, so it's nice. Look at that. It's amazing, isn't it, that these anomalies sit out there in the middle of space? Oh, look at this. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. By adjusting the what this shows, and this isn't permanent. This is just for on-the-fly processing. I want you to be able to see what we're doing, all the processing that's taking place. We've stacked 12 frames right now, and you know we're actually able to see that this particular object, all right, has a blue and red components in it. You can see that very clearly. And I definitely have to refocus. The temperature has dropped. So we're going to do that. Just check it out. And I'm going to pause and save. Okay, let's save. And save exactly as seen. And then clear. And get rid of this. Go back to 1 second. And bring that up. Good. Okay, and now I'll bring up the focus system. Here it is. Okay. Let's try going to this and see if that makes any difference. A little bit. As the temperature drops, this setting becomes the one that's more accurate. And this setting here, which is what we had before, is less accurate. So we go there and do this, and you'll watch it goes out of focus. Okay, there we go. Now you see it's just a little bit out of focus. But as the temperature drops, this is where we go. So we're training the focus to do the right thing. So I had these previously set up. And now, okay, we see now that the focus is much better. All right, so we can get out of this. And we'll notice when we come out of this that I should probably do this all over again, but it's okay. Yeah, see, focus is better. So the thing is that these systems are highly repeatable. I haven't looked at Caldwell 5, Curtis. My field of view is 2 degrees across by 1.5 degrees tall, so I need to know what Caldwell 5 is in terms of its arc minute size. No, actually, Daryl asked if the numbers changed with collimation. No, they did not. With collimation, everything is the same. The field size is the same. Calculated field size was identical. The change is so small. Oh yeah, I'm just rounding down, Daryl. I'm just rounding. Okay. In fact, he asked if the numbers changed. I was just rounding. But if we actually do this, okay, this box right here gives us the exact size. It's 2 degrees, 9.92 minutes by 1 degree, 28.65 minutes. That's the actual calculated size of the field right now. The lower temperatures cause the focus to change. And so what we can do is, as the temperature changes, we can actually instruct the focus to actually do a gradual change all the way down to that proper value, so we never have to focus again. It'll just auto focus based on the temperature and the stellar view. So that's pretty cool. We're gonna do that at some point. Galaxy about the same size as the Crescent, huh? Okay, let's find out. Let's find out what Curtis is saying here. Caldwell 5, huh? I know we have Caldwell objects. Okay, but not by that name. I'm guessing, are they C by C? Yeah, I don't know if it's C5, but we'll try. Oh, maybe. Well, that's definitely. And where is it? Okay. It's near the soul. No, it's 50 degrees up. Well, we can try it, right? Why can't we? Let's see if this will actually work. Alright, so there we go. Here we go. We gotta head up toward the north. Now, which star will we use? We'll use this guy right here. Okay. Alright. Well, we'll try it. We're going to try it and see what we get. And... okay, so we're up there. Okay. Well, there it is. There it is. So that's interesting. All right. All right. Well, let's go see what we got here. How far away is Caldwell 5? I'm not even sure. Caldwell is the name of a catalog, guys, just in case you're wondering. And that's many times, we have many different types of catalogs. Okay, we have NGC catalog, we have Mesher catalog, we have Caldwell, we have IC catalog, Index catalog. We have the Barnard catalog, which is the catalog of dark nebulae. So there's plenty of these types of things out there. We're going to do 35 seconds on this guy. And I will just move us over a tiny bit. Kind of center it up a little. Okay. Okay. I found that Wikipedia can't be trusted for many things, but for astronomical things, they seem to be okay. Kind of weird, but that's what happens. Okay, let's go live stack this and see what we get. Okay. 35 seconds. Curtis says that this galaxy, Caldwell 5, in the Caldwell catalog, is 6 to 10 million light years. Daryl says it's about 11 light years according to Wikipedia. So let's see what it would be like to take a journey to this galaxy. And we're 1 second away. And go. Oops, well, I guess we gotta probably just give it just a little bit of a stretch. There we go, look at that. Wow. Fascinating. I like that. We can immediately just bring it up to, say, 50%. That's cool. Looks like there's a lot of old stars in this. Unless the color rendition has to be changed. All right. That's a pretty galaxy. Well, let's explore it for a while, shall we? Okay. Sorry, I'm not being silent for any other reason than I'm just giving my voice a rest for the moment. I've been doing a lot of talking out in the desert, teaching astronomy and so forth. So, yeah, Curtis is right. He writes there's very few galaxies for a wide field. They're hard to find. One of them that is good, though, is, of course, the Andromeda galaxy. To a lesser extent, the Triangulum galaxy. But Andromeda is pretty good for that. Most other galaxies are not. All right, Curtis, we'll talk to you soon. Yeah, we can see some beautiful spiral arms forming here. I see some H2 regions here. See that? And there's a number of them here. Here, oh yeah, there's quite a few everywhere you look. This is a beautiful galaxy. It looks like an SC spiral. So capital S, little c. So the spiral arms look like they're not quite as wrapped. you know. Yep. Yeah, that's Martian. You got it right. As the temperature drops, the distance between the lenses will change imperceptibly, and that is a huge factor in the telescope's focusing capability. So this is the Maffei group, right? We're looking at here. Is this also a galaxy right here? And is this one here? I see faint objects in there. You'll notice, by the way, that as time has gone on, that this galaxy is getting better and better and better. This is a really good object to point out how stacking really does help. Because we are finding this looking just stunning. Yeah, that looks like a galaxy right there too. Let's try to adjust for this. Okay, so we're going to move our black point just a bit. There we go. Oh yeah, that's looking nice. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, you can see, you know what, I'm going to go to 100% even though it's probably not, won't be able to tolerate it at the moment because we have to stack more. Because we've got 10 here. If you look, there's a H2 region right there. There's several here. There's one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. It's just got quite a lot that's peppered with them. And once I come in here and I remove the color noise, it's going to be even better. Look at the spiral arms. See how they come out? I'm going to guess this is an SC spiral arm galaxy. Well, the whole galaxy could be reddened because of the fact that there might be some interstellar dust between us and the galaxy. That's happened too. Yeah, we had to study interstellar reddening to try to solve for it, so it was pretty interesting. Yes, Martian, that's interesting about the semiconductor industry. That's very cool. Thank you for offering that. Yeah, it's getting better and better and better. Uh-oh, Susan's leaving us tonight. Okay, Susan, you have a good evening, okay? Talk to you soon. Well, Marston, what you do is I wrote some tools within Photoshop that act only on the objects that are of a certain color and intensity. And in galaxies, luckily, the disk population of stars is generally blue stars, and the nucleus part of the galaxies are generally yellow stars, older stars. So you can do that. You can have that. You can make that population work. Susan Woodcarver, I think that's you that's heading out for the night. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's a pleasure to see you. Marcin asks, can I talk about any of the upcoming shows? Well, yes, I can, except that some of it is kept hush-hush even from me. And generally, I find out what they want kind of when they get there. Because they don't want me, and I wouldn't, but they don't want me talking about the case or accidentally talking about the case. So, you know. But I do have to analyze a video for, and work on an episode for the show UFO Witness coming up this week. That much I can say. Ben Hansen, I think, is the host of that show. And Ben and I are very good friends. We've worked together. We worked on our that documentary we did on Discovery Plus called Alien Invasion Hudson Valley. And he and I and Melissa Tittle, who is from Gaia Television, we were three investigating people, me for the science background and my UFO specialty, and Ben for his paranormal and UFO specialty, and Melissa for her journalistic abilities. We investigated the Hudson Valley in New York and checked out all the many different types of sightings that have occurred there. And we just barely scratched the surface. There's just so much there. So many things to do. 16, 17 frames stacked here. That's not bad. That looks pretty good. If we zoom in again, we should see that it looks a lot nicer now. Even more than when we were here before. And it does. You can see a lot of details. You can see this really full spiral arm full of H2 regions, these hydrogen emission regions. Here. I mean, they're just jumping out at me. That's incredible. Really neat. Yeah, Martian, they don't want any spoilers out there, no matter how vague. Yeah, I was there with Ben and Melissa for last November. It was a year ago this month. We shot that there. It dropped on Discovery Plus a few months ago. It's getting very good ratings. People like it. And it's because we didn't do a regular UFO investigation. We did. But we brought science to bear. We actually created we actually created experiments to test our theories. And it was pretty cool. Push the zoom to 125? Yeah, sure, why not? I can, if you notice this, look at what's this list. I can go to 800%. Let's go to 800. And you probably won't see anything. But there you go. See, when you zoom this much in, the reason these are good is because it shows you how well the guiding is. You know, most of the stars, they look like they have a slight elongation. And that could have been from the very first images that were not quite perfect. So if we come back down, let's say we go to, as you asked, 125. Okay, so there's 125%. Now we can actually go anywhere in between just by scrolling out and back. And you'll see the numbers up here in this box change as we do that. That's looking pretty. Oh yeah, I mean, look at all the red H2 regions though, as Daryl pointed out. He said there were many in here. There are. Look at this string of them right here. This will be a very beautiful image. And this is 21 stacked images. I think that's good for now. So we'll pause. We'll save. And we'll save that stack. There it is. And then we will save exactly as it's seen. And it'll be a ping file that will be up on the server momentarily. All right, and then following our standard, we're going to go and remove the stack entirely and set up for a 1 second exposure once again. And we're also going to drop down so we can see everything else. There we go. Alright, so now let's come back here. And let's go look at another object that I wanted to see. Let's go this way. I'm not sure we'll be able to see it. Maybe. Should be okay. We might be able to see it. Hold on. I know I haven't told you what it is yet. And that's probably doable. Let's go there. It may not be, but we're going to try it. Oh, it's not doable. Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like the observatory is in the way right now. It's not quite clear. But, actually, it depends where it goes. Because it depends where it's actually looking. Because... oh, it's very close to it. It's only going to go a little bit to the north and to the west. Well, we can try it. Okay, this is Messier 1, the very first Messier object that Charles Messier found and cataloged. It's a supernova remnant seen by the Chinese in 1054 AD. It constituted a sighting that included seeing this exploded star for weeks in the daytime sky as well as the nighttime sky. Okay. Clearly, we have a little bit of the observatory in the way here, but it sort of cuts down our aperture a little bit. We can try and do a 15-second exposure and then try and stack it and see if we can eke something out of it. You never know. We'll clear this. All right. And here we go. Let's see if this works. Yeah, see? You know what that red is? You see where the telescope's pointing? There's a tiny red LED on the end of the camera. It's very sensitive, as you can see. And we're actually seeing that the red LED is causing a lot of problems here. But look where the telescope's pointing. It's pointing at the edge of the roof, and it's causing that to be a problem. However, I do want to zoom in just to see when it gets higher in the sky if that's going to be an issue or not. In other words, I want to see how much detail we'll get. Oh boy, look at that. Holy cow. Wow. Oh. Yeah, this is going to be great. That is going to be great. Look at that. Daryl, look at that. Isn't that something? We can see the filamentary structure in this Yeah, that's M1 all right, Curtis. That is going to be beautiful. That'll just be beautiful. And it's not that long. Oh, yes, it will. And actually, this is at 100%. So that's the size on the sensor, you know, relatively speaking, that we can actually squeeze out of this. We can go higher, but in the actual frame, this is how big it is right here. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost out of the observatory. The observatory is almost out of this problem. So what we'll do is we'll clear this. We'll not save this yet for now. And we'll pause and we'll come back. Oh yes, we will. We will come back. Tracking that supernova for over 100 years, we've been able to see motion of the material just streaming outward from that star. That remains of that star, I should say. It's really cool. Okay, we're going to get out of this. All right. Now, let's go back and 1 second. Time frame. Oh, Caldwell 24. Yeah. Now, let's see. Let's see where Caldwell 24 is. And while we're doing that, we could, if we can do that, let's see if we can find C24. Yeah. Okay. Yes, it does. Lots of filaments. Okay, well, shall we try? Yes, we shall. All right, and that'll be more than enough, more than enough. Let's see, I'll guess it's probably going to go here. Hi, Percy. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, it's going to go here, isn't it? No? Trying to find out where its star hopping star is going to be. Oh, Algol, of course. There we are. All right. We should be able to see these, even if the moon is out. There they are. You can see them. Right there. I'm not sure how this will work, Curtis, but we'll give it a shot. Algol is the demon star. Yeah, that's true. Certainly. Yeah, but here's the thing with just to give you an idea, just to show you, and I'll do it actually after we after we do this. We're gonna take a photo. We'll say 30 seconds on this galaxy cluster and stack it at the same time. And while that's happening, I'll take you over to the other system that we use, which is our all sky camera. And we will just do a preview and do one acquisition. I think it's 12 seconds is what I have it set on right now. Okay, and this will show you, oh, it's up there. I know I want to see it, but let's see what we got here. Yeah, okay. All right, hold on, let's just do this. What the heck is that light? Oh, the moon. Sorry. Duh. Yeah. Well, there you see the Milky Way. Okay. And we have a beautiful clear sky. And the moon is on its way to setting. That's good. Orion's coming up. Oh, but what I'm going to show you, going back one more time. You look, this is east over here on the right. Like this. Southeast, actually. And this is northwest. Okay. And this is south up here. And so when you look up south there, north is actually kind of here. So it's sort of at an angle like this. And so we actually have this beautiful view. It's a stunning view from the observatory. We have no obstructions whatsoever. It's really, really pretty. Okay. This is the house on the property, actually, that belongs to the person that owns the land, who has allowed us to put the observatory on their protected land. And it's very cool. Okay, well, that's neat. So it's still functioning, still working. And so we come out of that, and let's go look at the galaxies. Ooh, there they are. And they are faint, of course. Let's see about correcting the color. Ah, you're right. I forgot to rotate the sky cam. Actually, I didn't. I went over to it, and it was going to be a very involved situation to rotate the sky cam, Daryl. It was. Okay, so let's do this. We have stacked 5 so far. Well, there's the group. Look at that. No wonder it's so easily missed, because it's so easily small. Let's go to 66%. I think I did 50. 66, no. Well, there we go. There's a lot of galaxies here. Check them out. That's beautiful. The focus is really good now. We could never see this before. This is just nice. Oof, wow. Really, really nice. Yeah, there are. Curtis is right. A lot of galaxies. Hey there, Isabella. Isabella, have I got pictures for you? Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, they are. They're here too. See that? There. And there, look at that one. Is that a galaxy or a planetary nebula? Oh my gosh. Oh, I know. What he's saying is, if you look at this image, okay, there are certain fuzzy objects that seem yellowy. Those things that are all yellowish are galaxies. And this is a cluster of galaxies. Right? Oh, that one's pretty interesting. Look at the shape of that one. Right there. You know? Yep. Very nice. Isabella's going to be busy when she looks at the server. Look at that one. That's pretty. There's one there. That might be an elliptical. That's not. We got one there, one there. I can't wait for M81 and M82 to be available to us. Right now they're very low. Below the North Pole, I believe. Well, this is a newly collimated scope, Isabella. I collimated it last night. And the interesting thing is, I went into the observatory. I had a plan to collimate that scope. And usually collimation takes a long time. And I was prepared to spend a long time, but I had planned it and planned it and planned it. I knew exactly what I was going to do. I knew exactly what screw I was going to turn from the moment I walked in. And no lie, I went out to the observatory planning on 3 days to get this done. I walked in, I turned on the telescope, opened the roof, turned on the telescope, found some stars, and was using them. And I ended up finishing the collimation in probably 60 seconds. Just, that was it. And it's like, wow. So having a plan is a very important thing to do, especially in the desert where everything is trying to kill you, like tarantulas, and, well, they can't hurt you, and scorpions, well, they can't kill you, but they sting badly, and rattlesnakes, they can kill you, black widow spiders and brown recluse spiders. I had a few spiders on inside the building, and it might have been black widows, but I didn't wait around to see. I kind of just swept them away, and I don't kill anything. I don't like killing things, so I didn't kill them. So we have stacked 13 frames here. We'll go to 15. Oh, scorpions are just arachnids. They're like spiders. This kind of specialty spider. Oh yeah, those cacti that stick to your booyah, they're called a jumping cholla. That's cholla, jumping cholla. It's the double L is pronounced like a Y, so it's cholla, jumping cholla. And first time I came out here, I kicked one. Very first time I was ever out here. It went through the boot, yep, and went right into my foot. And I was 100 yards from the house I was staying at, and I had to limp back on my heel on one foot, and then step on the ball of my foot with a regular shoe, and then go on my heel, because that sucker was in my foot, and every step was pain, pain, pain. And I had to take pliers to pull it out of the shoe, and thus my foot. It was just awful. And they call them jumping cholla only because they appear like they can jump on you, but they can't. There's no mechanism for that. It's just they're extremely prone. If you brush against them, they're extremely prone to getting all over you. And they can kill coyotes. I mean, if coyotes brush against them, they will dig into the coyote's skin, and those poor coyotes will get an infection and die. You know, so it's not really a, oh yeah, it pierced my foot easily. It's not really a well thought out evolutionary object. You know. Here, look at this, by the way. Okay, in this cluster, look at this particular galaxy. That's really cool looking. The needles, the spiders throw them at you. The needles of these things are not small, but they're long and thin. You know, maybe about an inch and a half. And from a distance, these look like fuzzy things you can just pet. Ooh, that's nice. And you know what? I saw somebody on YouTube, and I'll just say it, a stupid idiot. He decided to jump into the jumping cholla with just his underwear on a dare. I bet you he's still paying for that to this day, because it's gonna scar you. You know, as you walk, they dig in deeper and deeper and deeper. It is just not a pleasant thing. Look at us, we're 66%, guys, and no noise whatsoever. It's almost like we're looking at it at the auto where it's already way down. Let's go to 100%. Wow, look at that, 100% in 20 frames. This is not bad. Now the color is off a little bit, and let me see if I can fix that. Let's see if we can get an automatic color adjustment here. Why, yes, we can. All right, so now the color is also predictably fixed. And if you want to see what we're really looking at here, let's go back to auto. And, you know, find the galaxies now. A couple of them stand out, but until you zoom in, you can't see all the rest of these galaxies. That is so cool. Wow. One of the most successful images of the night. Let's see. We're going to pause this right here, and we'll save it. Yeah, I've never seen the Perseus cluster either, because, quite frankly, I've never had an instrument that could, to be honest, with any reasonable chance of success, I should say. Yeah, of course I was doing 40-second shots, so that that would probably limit me. Okay, that's beautiful. Now we'll clear this and go somewhere else. All right, let's head back to this. All right, 1 second. 1 second time. Okay. And pull this up. There we go. Now let's go back. I don't know. We're going to find out if M1's clear, because that's going to be stunning. It's clearer than it was, that's for sure. So let's do that. Actually, stop this one so that I can go back to M1, because I think we can pull out a lot of color in those filaments as well. All right, here we go. All right, here we go, M1. It'll go back to the same star. Come on, don't go too far. It doesn't look like it's clear yet. That's right, Martian. Martian says the cholla has a barb on it. He's right. Unfortunately, it has many. There it is up in the upper right already. We might actually be okay here. You can see it to the upper right there. Now it's in the center. That's close, but... well, let's see. We're going to give it a shot. I'll just go for it. And if we have that red color, it means that little LED is reflecting off the roof and going into our telescope optics. Doesn't take much, right? With a sensitive camera like this. We'll do a 40-second photo. And then come out of this and leave it just like that. And if it comes out well, it comes out well. All right, let's check it out. They are like porcupine quills, Petita. That's PG, by the way. Oh, I think we may have some red, but maybe a little less. Don't worry, we got time. Oh, guess what? We are clear. It's very close, so it's good clearance. All right. Oh, wow. And 40 seconds is almost too long, as you can see. Subtle red. A little bit of red, so we get a tiny bit of it. Yeah. You can see in the color noise, which is this mottled color, that it's predominantly red. This is just beautiful. I think we'll go for this. We'll let this happen. For sure. Okay, let's do this. And let's do this. And then we'll center it up in the view. And enjoy it. Beautiful filaments in there. I actually think we can probably, because we've stacked 3 so far, I'm going to try bringing this down a little bit. Bring down the brightness a little. Maybe a little more. Play with the black level a little bit. I'll move the black level in this left-hand dashed line, as you see. Just a little. See this colored peak here that you see here all along here? This is the data coming into the sensor, and this yellow curve is how much of the data is being shown on the screen. All right, if I move this over, you'll see that the yellow curve that I have is now intersecting more of the other curves, which are red, green, and blue. And so thus more light shows up. If I go all the way over, it's going to be blown right out, you know, quite brightly, see? So that helps us, that's called a stretch when we do things like that. All right? Leaving it down like this is good for what we're doing now. And this is the black level. This sets down here. This sets the black level, right? It basically, where does dark begin? And this does it. If I do it over here, you'll see that it's almost gone because it's going to be just a tiny little thing. Okay, but you do see more detail in the middle. Okay, so you balance these and you move them around to find the best black level for the object you're shooting. Right, we want a little more than we need, just so we have that availability to tone it down in a project or in a program like Photoshop. Well, Martian, if you notice on the left, there's some noise, and it's noisy on the right as well. This is the peak, okay, and you don't see these on the right hand side. It's a long, gentle slope, but on the middle of the peaks, you don't see any of these spikes like this because they're kind of hidden in the vertical transitions upward to the top. They're there, but they're just, as you go further out, they get more stretched out. So you see them, the more horizontal the line gets. When it goes more vertical, you don't see them as much, but they're there. That's why they gradually taper off like this and then get absorbed into the peak here. But they're there. I think, did I already do this? Yeah. Look at this. My God. Look at that. I've never seen the crab this beautiful. Ever. Ever. Yeah, they have Moxie. Moxie is a really strange drink. My father used to buy it all the time. And there's always these little bottles. It's like, how come Moxie doesn't come in like a 2-liter? You know, it's just a tiny little 20-ounce bottle. It's like, man. Yeah, I will, Curtis. I'm going to zoom in further. We're actually at 8 stacked. We're probably at 50% zoom. We could probably go to 100 right now. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, we're also at a 1 second delay because of everything out there. We're using satellite internet that's like Viasat, and it's very slow. See, we got some color noise and some stuff here, but that's pretty. Look at that, the stars within, and there's that one star right in the middle. Yeah. There's a pulsar in the center of this, which is flashing at us. Curtis, 150%, 150%, 150%. Why not 800%, man? Let's go right for the gusto. That'll be too much, of course. Let's go 300%. It won't support that easily, but see. But it does show some interesting details, namely in the colors. Those colors are kind of almost pretty accurate. Those are pretty accurate colors, actually. All right, we'll come back now. Yes, naughty pulsar. Okay, here's 150% for you, Chris. Also, I have in the enhancement, I've got an unsharp mask going here as well. A radius of 1.91 pixels for the amount of 1. And that's pretty much it. If I turn it off, okay, you look at this, you'll see how it just got a little bit less sharp. The unsharp mask is actually really good to help us pinpoint some details. You know, and that's at 1.91. If I bring it up, okay, 3.51. Watch this mess. Okay, now you see what it's doing. And if I bring it down even lower, like 1.36, it's very subtle. It's less pronounced. There's 1.86. I can just type in 1.9. Okay. So there we go. And then come back to our histogram there. 30 times a second, yes. And it's, you know, it's not even that's amazing, but it's not the fastest pulsar. The fastest pulsar is going over 740 times per second. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that there could be some identical hot spots on the surface of a star. Maybe there's, say, 4 of them. And the star could be spinning 4 times slower. But because that hot spot keeps hitting, those hot spots keep hitting us, we could be mistaken on the rotation rate of the star. But there's ways to determine whether the star is rotating or it's got more than one hot spot. The hot spots generally aren't the same. So if we see the same frequency, the same amount, that could do it. Okay, let me go here. Actually, let's get out of this. That's pretty. Okay, so we're going to drop this down to 75%. And let's work on the color for a moment here. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Look at this. Wow. Is this not beautiful? Wow. That's right. Arecibo actually discovered a pulsar that kind of made people think that we were looking at an extraterrestrial intelligence signal. But unfortunately, the pulsar turned out to be very natural. Just very odd, but natural. Okay, while this is doing this, I don't have music, by the way, either, because, again, I'm in the field, essentially, and I'm using the iDetective Studio, where the police radio show is done. And so I don't have music or anything. I'm afraid it's a little boring. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to do some more imaging here. I have to take a little break for a moment, but I shall return in about, I'd say, a minute and a half. And to answer your question, Curtis, they're not rebuilding Arecibo. The reason is because Arecibo was created originally as a Defense Department anti-ballistic missile system, and it ended up having multiple roles later in its life. And these roles included the ability to, obviously, being a fixed dish, it could only see like 19 degrees in each direction, with the steering horn up at the top. But the dish had the significant advantage of being able to beam radar out from that focus location, and send it into the dish and then reflect it up into the sky, where it would bounce off asteroids, and they can actually get images of asteroids. The Goldstone array is the only other one that does that for us. And so that is something that will be missed. But there is some plans to build other types of radio telescopes. Yeah, I know. Okay, so not boring. Poor choice of words. But we have 19 stacked. By the time I get back, we should be up to like 22, 24. I'll be right back, guys. And sorry for there's no interlude music, but again, it's in the field, But I'll be right back. Guess that's beautiful. Okay, 23. Close. All right. All right, so what do we got here? Oh, man, I have never, ever ever, did I say ever, seen this object look this good. Oh my gosh. The other night before I collimated, I actually took a look at it, and it was a muddy mess. I couldn't see any of this because the collimation was off. So I've been very, very anxious to get to this observatory and fix this. And as you may have guessed, I'm a huge fan of remote systems. This particular observatory, the observatory uses microcontrollers to control things. I wrote software for those. They're called Arduinos. I use the Arduino Uno. For those who understand that, I think Curtis, you probably know about the Uno, and some other people do. And the Uno is perfect for being able to do many of the basic functions that are required. Yeah. Curtis, just so you know, this building is 11 feet by 11 feet, and I only have one telescope in there right now, and there's room for another one. And I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. What I'd like to do is set up a pier in there so that someone can rent the pier on a monthly basis and do their work all they want. And I have a program I wrote to control the basic functions like the roof. You can't close the roof until the telescope is parked, that kind of thing. You know, you could also use some of the software that's out there already that is used to control telescopes. There's a lot of observatory software. But I wanted to have that full experience of writing my own. And I think it's really not that bad overall, considering that, I designed the roof. It's really just a simple garage door opener doing a horizontal garage door off the top and on again. And so I think that's pretty cool, And Martian, yes, the Arduino IDE. But you know what? The IDE is just a glorified word processor, so you can just write in even a notepad. But I write using the Arduino IDE because it's integrated, and for those that don't understand, the Arduino allows us to control things, make hardware do stuff that you don't normally get to control. You can do that. It's basically a way to get hardware to do stuff that you want it to do. Okay. We're going to go to 30, and then we're going to move on, because I think we have gotten a pretty good feel for what we're looking at here. This is just stunning. Stunning. All right, so we should be at 28 and heading to 29, and then one more. I did not gaze at my navel, incidentally, Daryl. I know you're not saying it of me, but I've always tried to improve the state, my state in particular. I've had a lot against me, so a lot of really interesting stuff, right? I mean, it was only 6 years ago when I was profoundly blind and a quadriplegic, and I had to come back from that. So I figured it out. I knew I could be all right. I knew there'd be a way to fix it. So I did. I rerouted my brain. I made sure that all the pathways that were broken were fixed. And I showed other people how to do it. And there's been a lot of people that will swear by it. I think it's beautiful. Very happy that people realize they can reprogram their brain. It's not like it, we used to think it was. You know, immutable. You can't change it. You sure can. Sorry about that. Okay, Fitz file is saved out there. And then I will save this just as you see it. It'll be up on the server. Look at that beautiful filamentary structure. Oh, gosh, that's beautiful. Wow. Okay, we'll get out of here. Go to 1 second again. That's what's called inhaling water or drink. Saying it down the wrong way. Okay. So now, let's go see. First of all, we're going to drop our finder mode, or what I call the hyperprocess mode, down to the largest field possible, and we're going to drop out of the full screen for this. Now I can see the telescope. Okay, and let's go see what else we can see. That is certainly a lot up there, Captain. Alright, so what do we got? What now do we got? Well, wait, is that what I think it is? Yeah, that's what I wanted. Cool. Alright. This is a beautiful nebula to check out. Alright. Let's see if we can even see it, though. I bet we can't. Yeah, we can't. That's too bad. We got nebula there. Oh, I know what we can do. We can do the California nebula again. California nebula came out beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to do the monkey head nebula around Propus right now. And we're only effectively like a 3-inch telescope right now because we've got it blocking. But you know what? It's on the eastern side, and to that eastern southeastern side, there is there is a problem, and that is that we have 65 miles away. We have the lights of Phoenix, and you can't see them except with the camera. You know. I haven't done the cocoon tonight, Curtis, and I should because I could. But what I actually would like to do, and one more I want to do actually before I do that. Let's do this first. All right, I'm not going to do the monkey head as I wanted to, but I do. I do want to do. Let's see here. I was just thinking of one that I wanted to do. Yeah, we gotta wait until these come up a little higher. All right. Let's pop out of this. Back off a little bit. All right. I did say we wanted to do the Pac-Man before. Let's see where the Pac-Man is right now. Pac-Man should be pretty high up. It's over 60 degrees up. In Cassiopeia location, so I think we can go there. Okay, we're gonna go to the Pac-Man. Oh, good night, Anahata. That's Bonnie. Thanks for coming. Oh, Critters, you're heading out too? Yeah, it does. The cocoon has a nice long, beautiful, amazing structure to it. It's gorgeous. Oh, Daryl, are you going to bed? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Duh. All right. Well, we'll talk to you soon enough. I'm doing the Pac-Man though, Daryl. Okay, so it's Daryl. Okay, Daryl's gone. He's getting tired. This would have been about the logical time that he would have left. It's 11:41 for him too. Okay, so this is Atchard. And there's a little nebula here, as you can see. And now we're going to go to the Pac-Man nebula. There it is. Okay, gotcha, Bonnie. Okay. Let's move this telescope over. This nebula is really pretty. It's got such gorgeous features in there. It's just okay. We should be good right here. I mean, look how much you can see here, and we're not even exposing it for more than a second. This is a 1 second exposure right here. So let's take it and go to 35 seconds and see what that gets us. And we'll live stack it, but first we'll clear the stack. Get the view of the last guy, the Crab Nebula. Okay. Normally I have the labels too that come up and show us the objects we're in, and again, in the field I don't have those. But I'd rather stream and show you stuff than not be able to show you it at all. Oh yeah, this is going to be pretty. It's going to be very pretty, Captain. There we go, that's the Pac-Man, look at that. I think what we'll do is we will pin this in place and go to that, and we'll go maximize the screen because we'll be here a while. My goodness, look at that. Beautiful dark globule in the middle of this that's just crazy beautiful. We'll have some noise until we get rid of the with the signal noise ratio improves. But see, we're already doing pretty good. Look at these little fingers here. Oh, these little fingers. These are evaporating dust and gas. Okay, from star cluster here, just blowing its stellar winds. The high density stuff stays. The lower density stuff falls away and gets pushed further out. Yep. I know, Isabella. And look at last night and the night before too, Isabella. On the server. You'll see that there's 3 days worth of collimated beauty up there where the telescope has been fully operational in the truest sense of the word. Here's a little Bach globule. Remember I mentioned Bart J. Bach? There's a Bach globule right there. Okay. And the beginnings of one right here. These are not globules. These are just isolated, dark clouds. There's more out here. That's the Pac-Man Nebula. Can you see the Pac-Man? Rocker, 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 rocker. Rocker, rocker, rocker. I know you do, Isabella. Isabella says she looks at him all the time. The best thing I did was to make that live server so we can take the pictures and I don't even have to think about it. I used to have to copy these off and put them on the server. And I finally just said, no, I'm going to automate it. So they go up as soon as they're taken. And we all benefit from it. Isn't it great? Yeah, that's beautifully clear. You know, with cameras like this too, sometimes you get what are called hot pixels. And they do show up, and they are in this one too. Okay, if I go to 100%, here you see is blue streak. Okay, that's an error. This green streak is an error. This little red guy here, see, this is blue, this is green, RGB. So we have an issue there. So there's some kind of problems with these, but nothing insurmountable. Wow. I just love these beautiful fingers. And I just love how I've never been able to go to 100% on this, and now I can, and that means that we should be able to do more of that. Let's go back to auto for a minute, just to go right back down to the original size, so you can see it. Look at that, huh? All those stars. Curtis, you know what? I don't have any flat frames, but I do a synthetic flat frame in Photoshop. This would be an easy object to do that with. So for synthetic flat frames, see, every sensor has a color response, guys. So, or any kind of light response. So the center of the frame might look a little lighter than the edges. So you might have that weird brighter in the middle, dimmer on the edges type of thing in the sensor. And this is no different. This camera does that. So what you have to do is have a frame or a bunch of frames called flat frames, which actually are no objects at all in the field. You can do them with a blue sky with a low exposure rate, and basically you'll see the response, the sensitivity response of the sensor. And then you take those frames and you subtract them from these frames like this here. And that subtraction will give you what's called a flat frame correction. And then, in addition, you have a dark frame correction. Well, dark frames are required for a number of reasons. First of all, in a light polluted sky, a dark frame can help you pick out the object against the noise. Okay, but it's also, dark frames are also good for creating a way to eliminate the noise that you see in the dark in the sensor. The thing is, with this particular camera, as you can see, the noise is very low here. The noise is low. So I have not been using dark frames, nor have I been using bias frames, as they're called. I might use a flat frame, but that's it, So I haven't done that. I didn't have to do that. I have, and you can make like a collection of flat frames, a collection of dark frames. But dark frames have to be done. Yes, that's true, Curtis. They also help with hot pixels. But dark frames are done also at a certain exposure rate, at a certain temperature. Okay, right now we're at minus 10 Celsius on the sensor. And I could go cooler than that, but I don't need to, But it's really amazing because this camera has actually shown me that I don't really need to do too much of that. And that's really cool. Yeah, see, Curtis doesn't use them either. And I understand why. Because there's really no need to. There's ways to improve our photographs, guys. And with these flat frames and these bias frames and these dark frames are ways to do it. I don't use any of that except a flat frame on occasion. We've got 13 stacked here. Let's go up to 100% now and see if this fingery type of evaporating cloud looks like it's better looking. Oh yes, it is. Look at that. You can see a lot of detail in this little guy right here. You see one here too, right? And there's one here too. There's a lot of these little fingers. What does this remind you of? This reminds you of the Eagle Nebula, the Pillars of Creation, right? Created probably from the same type of mechanism in interstellar space. Hey, Calabos, how are you? Yeah, please. Share it to the group. So, as you can see, we got this beautiful nebula with a lot of intricate little evaporative fingers of gas and dust that are in here. And you notice they're kind of almost like they're radial. They look like they're going toward this cluster. That's because it's this cluster which is probably causing this evaporation to occur on these objects in here. It's probably what's causing it. I would not believe that it's something different than that. You know, these are very, very hot. Yep, doing great, Calabos. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. If you look just above, Isabella put a link to our live server, so you can go see all the photos we take on a nightly basis, and they're all free, so enjoy them. You know, if you use them, just give credit to SkyTour LiveStream. That's all. That's all we ask. And by the way, here is the camera view so you can see the resolution of our images. Okay, is I'll give you that right here is 4,144 by 2822. That's our capture area. So we have it's a pretty good size format. We capture in RAW for fits stacks. You know, so I think that's pretty cool. Well, Calabos, we welcome you. We welcome anything, any excitement you bring to this science. You know, I'm an astronomer. That's what I went to school for. So I basically will I've taken my science into the astronomical outreach, educational outreach. And it's nice to meet you, Michael Tarr. Thank you for coming in. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't, by the way. I mean, you know, it's all, like I said, it's all free. You know, we in part, we actually were able to produce the observatory and the telescope and everything that runs it via a GoFundMe. That was pretty successful. But, you know, we sunk a lot of money of our own, thousands of our own dollars into this to make this work. And we're actually hoping, you know, to find someone that would like to sponsor us in some way down the line. But hey, I've been doing this for years. I speak all over the world on astronomy and on other anomalies as well. So it's pretty cool. Look at this, guys. Look at this. You can see these beautiful, these gorgeous evaporative columns, these towers that are just being evaporated by this cluster here, this new cluster. It's very, very obvious that's what's going on. Thank you, Michael. That's great. We can also talk offline if you like, because although we're a Mead observatory, we may be getting Celestron equipment in there. There's room for at least one more telescope, two if they're Schmidt-Cassegrains on fork mounts, but one if it's a GEM, German equatorial mount, for those who don't know, a GEM type telescope. Oh, we also have lifting piers, incidentally. The lifting piers are going to lift the telescopes into the air to give us more clearance over the walls. And I've talked to the engineers at the company that makes these lifting piers, and there is the tolerances of the side-to-side motion are well within what we need to keep the telescope accurate as it's going up and down. Clearly, it goes up as soon as the telescope turns on and gets its GPS coordinates and is ready, in a ready state. That's when the lifting pier will engage and bring it up another 20 inches. And that will give us more clearance toward the horizon, which no astronomer looks at the horizon, but you know what? We're in Arizona, and the horizon actually has really reasonable quality most of the time. And we want to see things like Omega Centauri and Centaurus A and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. There's a live stack in action here. We're actually we've got 24 stacked here, and let me back out to the actual size so we can remember just what we got going on here. This is the actual size here, right there. That's our live field we're looking at right now. And so I think with 25 stacked, I say that's a good way to stop. So we'll stop there. And we will save the stack as a FITS file. You see it goes the green line across the top. And then we will save it exactly as you see it. So if you want to play with the ping file and enjoy that, you can. All right, and that will be up on our server in just a few minutes. That's when that'll get there. All right, so that said, let's do the following. Let's find another object. Okay, Curtis says, Mark, this is a pic of my 12-inch f4, still debating putting on an Altaz mount with a field derotator. Oh yeah, right. That's a really good idea. A field derotator is a very useful, cool. Oh, that's a cool telescope. That looks nice. That's really pretty. I think that would make a phenomenal instrument to put in any observatory. I used to have one of those Next domes, and it was great, but I grew out of it very, very quickly. It's just like a year later, I was already grown out, and I stuck with it for another year or so, and then I sold it to somebody on Long Island, and that was good, because now I'm putting another observatory on the East Coast on my property that I own, actually on my house. I live in Connecticut and I'm in Arizona just for a short time now, but I keep coming back here. And I will be putting the building out there. It's going to be an 8x8 building actually. However, it's going to be using linear actuators, not a garage door, and it's going to actually take the roof, and it's going to pivot it right off the building like that and go down almost vertical and then come back on. So it's going to lift it up and put it down. I already designed the linkage to do that. And so we'll actually have a way to take the roof on and off without injuring anything inside. And it also, each actuator can lift 600 pounds. So the roof is going to weigh 150 pounds, 175 pounds. And so let's suppose the East Coast we get snow. Let's suppose 4 feet of snow falls, which it never does. 4 feet of wet snow. Those two actuators will be able to lift 1,200 total pounds, and just pick it up and tip it right off the building, and then open up the roof. So that's pretty cool. These are 1 second exposures. You can actually see the background change a little bit as it goes on here. Isabella's asking about globular clusters. I have to. That's too bad. Earlier in the evening, we could have looked at like Measure 13, but right now, Measure 13 is not visible to us. But I am trying to find some other things here. I want this to go away. Okay. Let's find something else. Oh yeah, the blue snowball, that's what it was. Okay, you know what we're gonna do now? I'm gonna go find the California Nebula, because you haven't lived until you've seen this California Nebula. At least you haven't lived until you've seen it in this telescope. Okay. Should be pretty high in the sky right now. Oh man. It might even be better than the other night when I looked at it. Okay, here we go. The California Nebula is an amazing feature in the night sky. It is actually a diffuse nebula, and we'll go to the Northern Trifid after if I'm reminded. It's a diffuse nebula that's a diffuse nebula that's actually lit by other stars, but is not itself a stellar nursery in any way. It's just a diffuse cloud of hydrogen gas that's been ionized by a nearby star, and so it glows red. But man, I couldn't believe how beautiful this looked the other night when I looked at it, and I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to show you because I want all of you to see it. Oh, that's great, Calibos, or Michael, sorry. Yeah, there is the California Nebula, and from experience I know where to place it so that it actually where it's actually going to have to go, which I can do here. Alright, let's see. Let's move it this way. Okay, move it over. Remember, now you're getting the idea that with 1 second exposures now, if you are seeing this much detail, it's going to be spectacular. So I hope you're sitting down, because when this comes in, you're going to wish you were, because you may fall down. It is just a stunning object. Okay, so we're going to do a 35-second exposure of this little guy, and we're going to stack it. When you see the first image, you're going to go, you're probably going to feel like you've never seen a nebula until you've seen this one. It goes across the entire page. Okay. Okay, we're going to actually just do this because we don't I want you to see this. Ready? Get ready. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's the California Nebula. Isabella, get ready. There's one up there now, but this one's probably going to be a little better. Okay, this, the California Nebula, in the distance is somewhere around 1,300 light years or so. So at that length, we're probably looking about, I would say it could be 30 light years long. I'm not sure. I'd have to actually figure it out. It's 2.4 degrees in size, and it's 1,300 light years away. I actually wrote a computer program to just plug in the numbers and pop that back out, but it's on my main system for the observatory back at my bunker where I do this in Connecticut. Wow. Yeah, this again, I had never seen the California Nebula until the other night. And when I saw it, I couldn't stop looking at it. I just couldn't stop looking at it. It was so beautiful. I'm trying to... I got a 1 second delay because of that really slow internet out there. And I just can't stand that. So I'm just waiting to try and get this so I can bring it down. Okay. Just won't go. Okay. I got you. So I'll just come out. And we'll go full because, well, actually, before we do that, let's do just a little bit of processing. Yeah, make it brighter. And I think the color is pretty close, but yeah. Okay. All right, that's good. Look at that. Now we'll go, this is almost directly overhead, so this is pretty good. Look at that. Wow. You can almost touch it. Wow. Oh, Isabella, you can do this. Oh, Calabos, yeah, we are, Michael. We are, I work with Douglas Trumbull, who's the guy who did Close Encounters of the Third Kind with Spielberg. He did Blade Runner, 2001: A Space Odyssey. He's a visual effects guy. He's also a UFO hunter. And so we've been working together for many years. We're good friends. And we've not created yet, but we're working on creating these units that will actually detect stuff in the skies, whether it be some kind of anomalous craft or an asteroid, an errant asteroid. So it almost works out that you can do both things for the same technology. And early on when we announced our plans to make this thing, we got a call from the Defense Department asking us what the hell we were doing. And Doug was kind of short with them and said, well, you know, We have nothing to show you right now, and he's never showed them anything because we don't really have anything right now to show them. But man, and if you look, JSCO 7070 says you could almost fall into that dark nebula above and just left the center. You're talking about this guy right here. Yeah, imagine as you close in on that. Is this a dark nebula, or is it a cavity that goes down into the nebula and is thus shielded with dark dust from being diffusely ionized by perhaps this star down here, or perhaps this star over here? I'm not sure which star is actually doing. I'm not sure which star is doing it, and that's only because I'm unfamiliar with the mechanics of the California Nebula. But isn't this beautiful? I mean, and this is live. This is the thing that's why SkyTour LiveStream is so different. We do this live. This is live. Live processing, live stacking, and live beautiful imagery. Every single image. Yeah, I know, Michael. You're right. We typically, we don't typically do anything with the government ourselves. Yeah, but Doug and I have done some really cool things. But up at his studio, he actually developed a system where we're making 3D movies, 120 frames per second, which is much faster than the 24 frames, and 4K, and in 3D, of course. So we just did a movie on Nikola Tesla. I went to Niagara Falls. We filmed it all in 3D. It was just a beautiful movie, and it turned out to be a very nicely made movie. And so he's pioneering this technology up there, and he's got a lot to offer. The man is a genius. Yeah, MUFON's charter is supposedly, the scientific investigation of UFOs for the benefit of humanity. That's the exact charter. I'm MUFON's chief photo and video analyst, and I do know that you can get people that are really good at their job. They do. In fact, I just taught an entire MUFON group from all over the country this weekend here out in the desert. I was teaching astronomy and field investigation techniques, and I just think that it's important to keep your eye on the ball. There's too many people that think they know how to investigate, and we have police officers, we have government people, people in intelligence communities that are part of what we do with MUFON, and I think that it's and I think that that's something that helps us, not hurts us in this particular case, because they're on our side. I used to do work for the government. In fact, I'm one of the Navy's model makers. I have a visual effects business, but it's a model making business, and I called FX Models. Go figure, special FX, right? FX. And that business has afforded me a bunch of opportunities. I was at sea on a submarine as a guest of the Navy, and one time we saw something come roaring through they did. Saw something come roaring through the sonar, underwater, moving several hundred knots. And the executive officer on the boat didn't know what it was, but he didn't want to know. He basically told the kid on the sonar, log it and dog it. Whoa. And a few years later, I had to do a job for the Joint Chiefs. I mean, these are kind of big people. And I was bringing the project down, and I asked one of the chiefs, a very, very important chief, what can you tell me about the fast mover program? Because they call this thing a fast mover on the boat. And he looked at me and he could have said, "What the heck is that?" Or "I don't know what that is." But instead, because we'd worked together before and we were kind of friendly, he said, "Oh, I can't talk about that program, Mark. I'm sorry." Huh. Wow. So in other words, and to this now we know this is true. There are things out there that the Navy doesn't know, that they've been cataloging and just watching because they can't penetrate the technology. And that's very true. That's very true. So I think that that's something that is probably going to be a problem. Hey, one man, how you doing? You know. Wow. Well, Michael, I think it'd be really kind of cool to talk to you further about all this, because I know that I know that I'm very committed to doing what we do. World UFO and the Paranormal Research Organization. Is that what your group is? You're not the World UFO group, are you? Because so how did you find us? That's the question. Did you just well, yeah, Jan Harzan. I've known Jan for years, and his behavior surprised everybody, including me. I never saw this coming. I never saw it coming. And I don't know, he was always so religious and Christian. He was always by the book, and his wife is very much the same way. And I always thought of them as good, solid people. Crazy. Okay, Michael, I got you. Thank you, of course, for being sub to the channel. So you've seen us grow. You've seen what it went from to what it's come to. And it's really cool. Yeah. I'm glad, one man. Thanks for joining. Thanks for hanging out with us again. But I never imagined that I would see the views that we see today. Just never imagined it. Especially because I've always wanted to have a telescope in Arizona, in the desert. And we're a few thousand feet elevation out there, and so it's, I say a few, 2. But that's better than being sea level. But I just think that the views are literally the best I've ever seen. Okay, we've got 23 stacked here for the California Nebula. And we will... Why does this keep going higher and higher each time? I don't want it to. We'll pause this. And we're going to save it. And then you'll see it goes across the top as a FITS file. That's the astronomical format. That's a legacy format that we use in astronomy. And then we're going to save this exactly as seen. Oh, thanks, Michael. If you want to talk offline, we can certainly do that too. I can share with you some of the other things that we're looking at doing. I'm all about just getting the word out and getting people to enjoy what we do. I think that's really the most important part of this. It really is the most important part. But hey, it's all good. Yeah, hey, I can't wait to see you start there. That'd be fantastic. Okay, now we got this done. We can clear this. I know it's like sinful to clear this. Why would you clear it? It's so beautiful. No choice. We have to move along. There's so many other objects to look at. And it's 12:21 here, but I'm not quite to the point where I am unable to keep my eyes open yet. So I think that'll work. I asked you before, is it World UFO Group? Is that your group, Michael? I'm not sure if it is or not. That's what I was asking before. I don't. If you answered, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Well, I think you're right. I mean, I think that science is for everybody, and everybody should be science should be within reach of everybody. And there's no reason in the world why you should not be able to understand some of the more complex science, right? Because people that are scientists who do research often forget what the person out there is who knows nothing about that science. They want to understand it. They'd like to know what's going on. So you basically have to think about how to present it to them in a way they can understand. And that's what I do. You know, it's a kind of thing that I think is really important. If you don't do it, then I think, you know, it'll be lost. People won't understand it. Hey, Doc from Wyoming, what's going on? Great to see you. JSCO70 says that he saw some objects in 1962 that were amazing. Clear skies, super detail, 3/4 size of a big full moon. Never seen anything like them again. That's cool. Okay, actually, we're about to do a 501c3 as well, because we need to do that. Because if we want to expect that we're going to get or want to get some kind of assistance, we're going to need to reach out, and hopefully we can get some. Okay, this is the Northern Trifid Nebula. I think it's a pretty interesting nebula. It's kind of small, but I have never looked at it with this telescope in this state, in other words, in this state of operation. So we're going to do a 25-second shot of this and take off the hyper processing and go to just live stack it. Then we'll clear the previous guy. Thanks, one man. I get you. I get you, Mike. Yeah, Contact in the Desert's been talking to me too. It looks like I might maybe be speaking there this coming Contact. Possibly. Okay, what am I missing here? Did I have the wrong time on here? Yeah, I said 25 seconds and it's doing 25 milliseconds. How many did it do already? 37. Yeah, 25 seconds. Okay, now let's do this again. And we're going to clear this again, not that it matters. Okay, this is the Northern Trifid coming up for 20 and 25 seconds. You know, one of the things, Mike, you mentioned, that's Calabos, by the way, guys. You know, when I actually get approached to do like a TV show or something like that, I'm very leery of what they're going to do with what I say. So I say things in a way that they can't cut apart. You know, like for instance, if I want to say something like, there was this object in the sky and it looked like a UFO, then they might want to cut that apart to make it a separate sentence. So I usually say it like, there's an object in the sky that looked like a UFO. Say I run the words together a little bit for certain key things, and that way they can't cut it apart easily. And this is how I get my point across. You know. Well, there's a northern triffid. It's kind of interesting. It kind of reminds me of the cocoon, which Curtis was talking about before. Yeah. Yeah, I've never met Giorgio Tsoukalos, or however he says it. I've been on Ancient Aliens a bunch of times, and I never actually did the show. It's always other shows I've done, and they they end up licensing the footage. There was a whole UFO show that just came out recently, and I was on the show. Like, probably 1/3 of the show was me, and I never did the show. I never did it. I don't know how it happened. I don't know what they did. I think they licensed the footage from somebody else, or the people that were originally doing a show that I filmed with them probably ended up selling it or didn't finish it, and somebody bought all the rights to it or something. I don't know, but it was kind of crazy. So this is okay. Okay, see what's going on here. We got some dark nebula. It's pretty dark. Oh, thanks, C&D boy. I hope it's all the good ones and not any bad ones. I'm okay with that. Oh, easy, Michael. There's a family channel here. I recognize your frustration. Let's see if we can zoom in on this guy as we're creating it. It's how many? 8, 9. Okay. Yeah. See, look at that. That's pretty cool. Let's go up to 100% on this one, so we can see a little more of this. Oh yeah. See, we got reflection nebulae in here, dark dust, and one star in here that is illuminating and causing the hydrogen gas in here to glow. And we have dark lanes in here as well. That's pretty cool. That's okay, Michael. I know you were passionate about it. So, in any case, I'm also very passionate about what we do, without a doubt. So, you know, there's no doubt about that. Interesting JSCO. Oh, Michael, it's okay. People have conversations all over the spectrum in here. I mean, what else are you going to do when there's an image stacking, right? You start other conversations. It's fine. It's okay. No one's judging you here. You know, everybody's welcome. The only people not welcome are trolls, and guess what? We get very little of that, if any. I don't think I've ever had a troll in here in all the years of doing this. You know, I think it's probably because, you know, for the trolls who are kind of lowbrow, this is all way over their head, and they probably wouldn't come in anyway. You know. So. Uh-oh. Dog barking. Uh-oh. That dog's name is Snickers. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go look and see, because it's 12:32 here. This will keep stacking. Be right back. Okay, we're still secure. Oh. Hey, one man. Good night, man. Thank you for coming on out. Okay, we did 20 here. We're going to stop this one. And pause it. Save. Wow. And save exactly as seen. Then clear. Kill. And 1 second. Again. All right. Okay, let's go back here and see what else we got. What is this? Is that the California Nebula again? So we did that one already. And let's see if we have access to another. How far are we from this? Oh, we're at 50. What is this guy? What's this one? Just a minute, we're checking things out. Hubble's Variable Nebula. I haven't seen that in months. And I don't think I can get to the rosette. Well, maybe I can. Let's try it. But we're going to have to... Let's try it by first going to something else. Try going to this. And watch where it goes. Yeah. Probably not gonna probably not be enough. DDB, look at you. We need 5 hours. What are you telling me? 5 hours? 5 hours, holy cow. I have been streaming for 5 hours, Dee. I don't think it's a new record. I'm streaming from Arizona from the iDetective studio. Because I know the coppers who do that. Okay, this is a open cluster, yeah. I might have done over 5 hours. I just can't believe I am, but I did. I started at 7:15. So you're right. I've been good, Dee Dee. I've been which is great. Telescope is working beautifully now, and I'm just rushing the winter sky. I just want to see what's in the winter sky, so I keep pushing. But where we are right now is, unfortunately, about as low as we can go at the moment, because if you look at the scope right there, you can see that it's pointing more toward the roof, which is pointing over to the east, where we have a little bit of the lights from Phoenix. So I made that the dead zone, so I don't get tempted to look at it. So that is all right. I just can't wait for the Christmas tree cluster to come up, and the Cone Nebula. I mean, that's going to be cool. I looked at the rosette yesterday. But you know what? I think that we're looking at, I think, a problem with trying to get down that low right now. We looked at the flaming star. But certainly, there's got to be something else we can look at. There's never a shortage of things to look at, is my point. What we can do, though, is we can come up to this cluster here, or this cluster here. Let's go this way. Wait a minute. That's what I wanted to do before. I wanted to do the monkey head. So maybe that we can do. Okay, so let's go. Here we go. I think this is going to be clear and invisible, so this will be neat. This is another really cool nebula. So you guys are going to like this. I actually, I've been monkeying with Discord and things. I haven't actually got it yet. When I stream on Facebook, and I stream on. Hang on a second. I stream on a couple of platforms, but I'm not able to actually. I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm sorry. My head's getting a little fuzzy. Just a minute, I'll get to you. Okay. It should be in the view. There it is. This is the monkey head. Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be stunning. Hey, it is Keith. How you doing, man? Keith from P&K Space Imaging. Yeah. Keith, we've been going gangbusters, man. You should see what we took. You may that you've been lurking. Okay. Let's do 35 seconds with this guy. And let's knock off the hyper processing, jump into the live stack, and go. Let's see what happens. Okay, here comes the monkey head. You ready? Really pretty nebula. Ba-boom. Okay. You just woke up to start your day. What? So this is a very interesting nebula. It kind of reminds me of the Pac-Man. There we go. Yeah, I guess that's true, Dee Dee. I guess that's true. What's neat is that this this system, now that it's beautifully focused and everything, it looks so incredible. I'm just stunned by it. I mean, I can zoom in now all the way to over 100%, and you get these beautiful images, and you get gorgeous detail in here, you know, and it only gets better as the exposures come in, because we end up getting rid of the noise. By the way, for the record, Keith from P&K Space Imaging is in here, and Keith has been instrumental in getting me to do the streaming. I didn't want to do it originally, and I didn't know how, and I didn't think I would do it, and next thing you know, I'm doing it, and because of him. He really got me going on it. So if you like what you see, in part you have to blame him. Look at this. Look at that, huh? Beautiful dark nebula in here. Young star cluster that's illuminating this and causing this hydrogen gas to glow. This is probably a hollowed out cavity in here. Yeah, it's really working well, JSCO. And I have it at 50%. It's at 50% magnification. Okay, and we can go to 66%. I'm going to actually go back to 33%. So we get the whole thing in there. That's really pretty. It's like I don't want to stop, but if I don't stop, I'm crazy. I'm probably I probably need to stop, but I don't want to stop. Let's go see what else we can find. Let that keep going. A monkey head, 54 degrees. That's good. And there's a nebula near Propus that I saw. I saw that guy right there. You know, they call these blue nebulae reflection nebulae. But the truth is, that's a sort of a misnomer. They're not really reflection nebulae. They're scattering nebulae. You know? Well, C&D boy, that's pretty interesting. But obviously they never met Keith. Ba-dum-bum. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Wow. Look at how beautiful this looks. Holy cow. I gotta say, I'm taken aback by the performance of this system. You know, I got 9 stacked here. I'm gonna stop at 10, and then I'm going to go to one other object that's nearby. That's near Propus. Look at that. Look at this beautiful nebula. This is, looks like a painting. Looks like a painting. Doesn't look real. Wow. Save exactly as seen. The Curious George Nebula. Yeah, the monkey head. That's cool. Okay, so that's clear. That's done. We're gonna clear this now. Get out of this and go back. 1 second on this. Okay, pop this up. Yeah, and now there's a reflection nebula right near this that I want to check out. This guy. So this is our coordinate system here. So we want to go to the east, I think. Am I right? Yep. I want to go to the east. And to the, I want to say south, but I don't think that's south. Yeah, it's north, that's what I thought. Yeah, bear with me, we're almost there. What do you mean Paul's MIA? Keith, what are you talking about? What's going on with Paul? Okay, we're going to go by Propus here, and then we're going to there's Propus, and there's the reflection nebula. So let's check it out. Let's put Propus just to the edge of the field. Okay, this is part of this complex, so we're going to just check it out. I've never seen it before, and I'm going to try and see what it looks like now. Hey there, Justin Manzo, how are you? I did not see the supernova in this telescope. I would actually have to locate it and then maybe try to locate it that way. 30 seconds. Well, I have actually looked at supernovae in the telescopes though before here, for in different galaxies. Usually they're happening in another galaxy. You can see those much easier. Keith, I was asking you what happened. What happened to Paul? Where is he? He's MIA. Where is he? Okay, 30 seconds on this reflection nebula. I don't know what to expect. Wow, that's not a reflection nebula. That's an emission nebula. Said it was a reflection nebula. Well, that's cool. Let's go wide on this and see what we got. Oh, maybe they talk about this. That's pretty cool though. Look at that. Wow. That is just so neat. I wonder if he's busy. Man, I hope he's okay. Did you call the hospitals down there to see if maybe he had something happen to him? I would call the hospitals after like a week of no response. Okay, let's continue to crank on this one. Wow, that's really pretty. Certainly looks like a jellyfish, doesn't it, Isabella? I mean, it has the little tentacles and everything. It's really cool. Okay, let's get a little brighter. You see there's more nebula over to the left. And color-wise, it should be close. Yeah, wow. It's all right, Mike. not a problem. So this image has this beautiful reflection nebula up here that you see, and then this gorgeous emission nebula here. Again, probably powered by this star here. And you'll see subtle tinges of bluish green in here. Maybe that's possibly some oxygen from a long past supernova, a supernova that's being illuminated. It's just like everywhere you go, you see stuff like this. This is just incredible. This is just incredible. And if you don't know where this is, we can figure out exactly where this is even without looking at a star chart, because we have the ability with the telescope. The telescope can recognize the star fields, and it will then find its own position. JCO, that's a good question. And the reason that there's so much hydrogen in the universe is because it was the simplest atom to be able to be made. And when atomic nuclei could actually start to become atoms and acquire an electron, the one that became the most predominant atom in the universe was hydrogen. You know, by the way, next to helium and oxygen, carbon is the fourth most abundant element in the universe. Hey, Science Bob. And carbon, of course, I think provides templates for the for life in the universe. I really do. Look at this! Wow. Okay, see, there's that tinge I was telling you about. You see that little bit around the corners like this? Looks like there might be some oxygen emission there. But it could be also that it's just not quite, could be quite not acquiring the color in the camera. Okay. This is beautiful. This is stunning. This is stupendous. Wow, look at that. Really, really pretty. 12 stacked. We're going to pause it. Save. And now we have our fits file saved. Now we will save exactly as seen. Okay, that's saved. So now we can clear this. Goodbye. We'll be back again, I promise. And then quit that. Go into our 1 second shot here. And do this. Great. Yeah, there is a lot of filaments. Here's an unmarked object. I think it'd be kind of cool to go to that unmarked object, don't you? Just one more. I we're going to do this by going this way. since we're right nearby, there it is, right there. Okay, so let's do this and move in this direction. There's a horrible delay because of the fact that we're using internet satellite out there, Viasat, which is terrible. Oh yeah, you know, it was only a couple years ago, Calabos, otherwise known as Michael Tar, that we were one of 5 groups on the planet that caught a meteor striking the moon at the height of a lunar eclipse. And that photo is on our page, our YouTube channel as well. It's really cool. And Keith from P&K, he was looking at the moon at the same time with Paul. And unfortunately, Paul had just zoomed in, or he would have caught it too. Which is too bad, because he had superior equipment to ours. Okay, this is going to be a 30-second exposure. And go. And off it goes. And now we're going to live stack this. And you're right. There's a chance that we will live to see that. But, you know, keep in mind, Betelgeuse is 750 light years away. So if it went today, we won't know for 750 years. I think it's probably fair to say, and let's first of all see what this thing is. Oh, look at that. That is just so cool. That is just so interesting. Okay, step 1, we're going to actually move up a little bit, and it won't be able to stack that. It's going to give me an error. Oh no, it actually did it. Okay, let's clear this. That's really cool. That illustrates a very, very important principle. Yeah, random patches of sky are fantastic. Sometimes the best jewels are found there, right? Uh-oh. Reconnecting to remote machine. Well, that's no good. I hope I didn't lose my internet connection. If I did, that's problematic. I've seen this happen before. Okay, I'm still live out there. There we go. Okay. Good. We're back. All right, and what I'm going to do is, I kind of went down too much, so I'm going to have to just pull back and do a 1 second exposure again. And clear this stack, because I want to bring it down. Let's go see where we are. Put it in the middle of the view, and then be able to take some images of it. There it is, it's right there. So that looks like it's in the middle of the view now. Okay, so let's do this again. We're going to do a 30-second exposure. I'll say 35 seconds this time. 35 seconds. And off with your head. All right, here we go. And now we'll come back in and we will clear this one. All right. Yeah, PG, you wore it out. No, don't say that. I didn't wear it out. I'm just getting started. Okay, this should be a little bit lower. It should be right here in the middle of the field. Let's see. Here we are. Good, perfect centering. So now we're going to just take a look at this for a while. Periodicity in the Betelgeuse dimming. Yeah, that could be related to large clouds of dust that are actually orbiting Betelgeuse. There's another nebula that actually happens to do the same kind of periodic dipping. That is one that's nearby, and it's just out of our range right now because it has to rise up a little more. It's called Hubble's Variable Nebula. And the star that's actually doing that, causing that dimming and brightening of that nebula, is inside a dark dust cloud, so you can't see it. And as this dust goes around the star and orbits the star, it periodically sheds more or less light on the actual nebula, which is just dust. So it either gets bright or it gets dim. And we've taken pictures over a period of several weeks and watched the brightness change on Hubble's Variable Nebula. This is really pretty. This is pretty big too, actually. I love random objects in the sky, I really do. It's not like it doesn't have a name, it certainly does. Let's see about doing a little bit of this. Okay, so we'll cut down that. Change the color if necessary. Okay. Okay. Yeah, see the way Betelgeuse is acting, that dimming is something that was totally unexpected. We never expected to do that. So that's new behavior for us, which means that it could be because of an outburst from the star. And if there's periodicity to it, it means that it's going through a phase of its life where it's maybe shedding its outer atmosphere. And that shedding process could take tens of thousands of years, or it could be happening in 30 years, or it could be a precursor to the supernova. But Betelgeuse, make no mistake, is going to go supernova. Before it was a red supergiant, it was probably an O star, the hottest and bluest there are. Interestingly, when Lucy, Australopithecus afarensis, was the hominid that would become us, when Lucy was walking around in Olduvai Gorge in Africa, looking up, if Lucy looked up at Orion, she'd see a very different constellation from what we see today. Alnitak probably wouldn't have been there, and maybe Mintaka may not have been there. So it has to do with the age. But Betelgeuse would have been there, and it would have looked like a large, hot, blue star. And as it ages, once it got off the main sequence and burned through all of its hydrogen in just a very short time, it quickly rose to supergiant stage. and started to burn other and create other elements in shells around the core. So that's, there's a the whole branch of stellar evolution is pretty tricky, and elements that are deep inside the star get dredged up periodically. Some stars end up with an abundance of carbon in their outer atmospheres, and they end up becoming extremely red. They're called carbon stars. And you can see them in most places when you start looking at, in some images, you can see stars that are just seemingly the wrong color because they're too red. And those are carbon stars. Their outer atmospheres are full of the soot, which kind of reddens their light, actually. So, I think that's pretty cool. And Betelgeuse, if it goes supernova, which it could already have done so, Betelgeuse is a really interesting candidate because somebody somewhere will see this happen, and it'll be the closest supernova that we've seen in recent. The yawn started. That's not good. It's the closest supernova that we'll have had to us in recent history. A closer one, no, not closer. The Veil is the next farthest one, actually, that was supernova. So, we could have looked at the Veil tonight. It's beautiful, but it was setting, so I think this is cooler. Random locations in the sky. Remember I talked about that cavity that stars create? Look at this. Don't you see that here? That's exactly what we're looking at here. I would guess, actually. It looks just like that to me. We're looking at a star that formed inside of here, and it basically, its stellar winds were blowing outward and created this large cavity around itself. And then look at this one. I don't know how far away this star is, but check it out. When you look at this star, it looks like this star has also made this cavity. This one seems to have made one too, and this one seems to have opened this up. This one seems to have done this, so it's almost like these are stars that are in these little pockets inside this nebula, and they're creating these cavities with their stellar winds. Is that your way, Isabella, of saying that you got to go now? Oh, because I yawned. Okay. Well, you know me. I'm Mark, just one more D'Antonio, I guess. Well, you know what I'm going to do? We've done 12 of these. And that's good. I think I gotta see what we have waiting for us. We might have another possibility here. I don't think so, though. Okay, there's the FITS file for this strange creature. And then save exactly as seen. There we go. Then we clear this. Cancel the stack. Is that the Betelgeuse paper that you're talking about, Curtis? Okay. All right. All right, let's go see. It's getting close. Oh man. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Yeah, I'm just not gonna make it to these guys yet. But don't worry, we'll get there. We will get there. No, speaking of Betelgeuse, I guess it's kind of close right now. We can just go check it out. This should take us right to it. If you watch the telescope, you'll see that it's going to be tipping down a little bit. And the color changes because, well, I'm not sure why the color's changing. Oh, it could be very well because we have something in the field here. Yes, that's why. That's Betelgeuse, a very bright star. Well, if it went right now, all it would do would be just get very bright. That's all we'd see. But we'd have a record of it. Yeah, it is a great name. I think Intergalactic Wanderer is just a cluster. But just to show you what Betelgeuse looks like, we'll do a 10-second photo of Betelgeuse. Take it off of here. Okay. Okay, that's part of that reason that it looks like this is because it's very bright. It's also a star that makes a halo like this because its bright light is actually shining down and reflecting off the mirror. These are the shadows of the cables that are sticking out from the sides, and they're actually sticking out quite straight. So why they're at an angle is a mystery to me. I don't know. But anyway, okay. Well, that's Betelgeuse. That was just not too exciting. Now let's go back. And see what else we got. I wonder. I don't think we can get there. Maybe. Let's see here. Well, that's a problem. There we go. Okay. Zoom, baby, zoom. Oomba. There we go. All right. Oh, I'm excited. I might be able to do this. I just talked about Hubble's Variable Nebula. It's tiny, but I want to show it to you. There it is. So we're going to try to find it. Well, I mean, it's not a try. It can easily be found. And we can see the rosette too. All right. Okay, so this is coming up here. We're gonna clear this. I would say something's probably not quite right here. 1 second. Let's go here. See where it is. Oh, we're gonna get rid of this. Come on. We're going to find Hubble's variable nebula. It's going to be tiny. There it is. Right up there. So we're going to grab it, bring it down, and just do a little bit of poking away at it, just to check it out. This won't be long. I should never have tried this because I'm going to want to stick around. Yep, I'm going to want to stick around. Okay, this is probably only worth about a 20-second shot because it's pretty bright. And we're going to try stacking it. So we come in here, delete whatever came in. All right. And now we'll get a stack. Here it comes. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Look at that. Okay, so it's very tiny, but still worth it. Let's check it out. Let's go to 100% and then find it. There's a little nebula right there. That's cool. There it is. Look at that. That's Hubble's variable nebula. Look it out. Now you might think this is the star that's lighting it up, but that's actually not true. This is a dark nebula here, and there's a star inside this dark nebula that's lighting this up. Hey there, Marianne Lynn. How are you? Very cool. Okay, we've got 6 frames stacked here. I just wanted to show it to you, so that's as much as we'll do. But I will save it, so you can play with it. Okay. Now, now we're going to go to yet another place. Isabella, you said that was the last one. No, it's not. I can't do that as the last one. We've got too many other cool things we might be able to see. So, let's go see. Okay, so we come up here again. All right. We're going to, I think we're going to be able to see this now. This is kind of cool. The Cone Nebula, yes. Okay. North a little bit. East a little bit. And that's the cone, I believe, right in there. So we're going to go there. Okay. There's the Hubble's Variable Nebula still. Okay, let's go back to this. Obviously, we're still within line of sight. Okay, so let's do more. I did do M33 earlier, Isabella, and it was the best M33 we've ever done. So have a ball with that one. Okay, let's go here, and let's, yeah. Okay, prepare to be blown away again. We'll do 35 seconds on this one and kill this hyper process. Go into a live stack and clear the stack of any interlopers. Okay, here we go. Hey, weird guy, how you doing? Oh, you're in Yuma, Marianne. I'm in Mesa right now. I'm from Connecticut, but I'm in Mesa at the moment. I was out in Wickenburg, actually south of Wickenburg in the desert, where we have our telescope, our remote system that we're using right now. Oh wow, look at that. And let's make that brighter. Ready for this? Boom. Yowza, look at that. That's beautiful. This is 50%. And that's the Cone Nebula right there. Notice how that suddenly got darker just a little bit? That's because another exposure came in. With each successive exposure, the level of noise drops. So watch now, when the next one comes in, you'll see this level of noise, and it's going to drop again. Okay, here we go. Watch. Oh, did you see it? It got smoother. Okay, this is called the Christmas tree cluster. And down at the bottom, that's the Cone Nebula. Call it cone because it's shaped like a cone. I've never had a beautiful photo of the cone ever, and here it is, and it's beautiful. Wow. Let's enjoy this one, shall we? Look at that. Wow. There's plenty of dark nebula in here. See how smooth it's getting? All this noise is going away. Hot stars evaporating this dust, causing it to, be diminished in this direction, and then the higher density pieces stay, or high density locations stay intact for a while. Look at that. I mean, this region has so much to offer. So much stuff. This is a blue reflection nebula. Again, scattering nebula. Blue light being scattered by the dust particles here. This is all diffuse hydrogen. This whole region's hot. This whole region being so hot because of the hot young stars. So life couldn't really exist here. A big black circle like transiting the moon. So I think it was like a balloon or something. This is beautiful, JSCO. It's kind of rare to see a weather balloon transit the moon. I've seen jets transit the moon. Look at this. Wow. This is really beautiful. That's just got like so much detail in it. The cone, and notice how it's getting cleaner and more discernible. This is only 9 stacked images. I worked out a way to get rid of these halos, by the way. Those halos are just annoying because of the quality of the imaging instrument, because it's running at f2, 25 times faster than a normal f8. But I figured out a way to get rid of these halos, and I just have to finish writing the little macro system basically for Photoshop. It's an action. Hey Fantasy, how you doing? Hey Rascally Rabbit. Regulars. Love them. You guys are cool. Yeah, Keith was here. He's probably gone now. Look at this, it's getting better and better, guys. You start to see some texture in this conic section down here, cone. I think I'm trying to beat my record. I did. I've been streaming for over 6 hours now. I beat the record. I've never streamed longer. I think this is cool. And it's too bad I don't have the titles, but again, I'm in the iDetective studio doing this. I'm not at my location where I can have control of this beautiful broadcast system. So I just cobbled this together today to try and show this thing working. Man, this is beautiful. Hey Curtis, that's okay, man. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Enjoyed your company. We'll talk soon, man. Yeah. Thanks, Curtis, and thanks for the suggestions. You offered up a couple of really good objects for us, and they delivered, man. It was great. Thanks. Okay, it's time to go full magnification here. There we go. So there's the cone. Yeah. Yeah, you're an hour before us because we don't change the clocks in Arizona. Look at this. This is just astonishing. Let's just roll up to the cluster here for a minute. See that purple halo? That's partly due to the filter, partly due to the mirror of the telescope. But again, I can get rid of that. Came to me in a dream. Oh, Fantasy, I'm in Arizona right now, yeah. I had to teach astronomy out in the desert for the weekend. And then I was at the observatory yesterday fixing the lens system. As you can see, it's now beautiful and perfect. And I'll be going to Colorado this coming weekend to do a talk, and then I go back to Connecticut. And then I'll come back again to install some more equipment in the building. I need a system to actually cycle the power supply in the whole building when I need to. Yeah, sometimes GSEO, you gotta do that, yep. Oh, this is great. We just have a ball here. And I just feel bad because I don't have my music playing. I don't have the music. I don't have any of my titling, so you can see what these things are. Because like I said, I'm in the Eye Detective Studio out here. It's a show made by cops, for cops, about cops. And Marianne Robb, who is the SkyTour LiveStream business director, she is one of the Eye Detective police officers, and she is also instrumental in helping keep SkyTour LiveStream going. So I'm at her place. She went to bed long ago. I'm down here in the bunker where she does her show. And I probably won't see her for a couple days because she's got things to do. Oh, look at that. That's just beautiful. Mm. What's neat about a place like this is you can actually see the universe in action. You see how it's actually, this star may very well be illuminating this dark nebula, but also causing it to evaporate slowly, like that. See, it's like these things are aimed at it. But it's, again, we see a universe in 3D. This thing can be much closer to us than that, and it could actually be that tiny star right there that's doing this evaporation. It doesn't have to be the biggest star in the view, or it could be several. Yeah, Isabella, hearing the clock, there's a clock up there that I can't shut down. That's okay. I'm glad you don't mind without the music. Hey, Michael, whatever you do, man, this will be great. You know what? There's no one out there that does what we're doing. There's no public outreach that does it to this extent. You know, live, live deep sky. I mean, there's people that do live stuff, but it's oh wow, look at that. The wide view just got a lot better. Holy cow. But this is live. Look at this image. This is a live image that we're producing here. I just think this is amazing. Well, thanks, Michael. That's great. You know, that's great. I think SpaceX will keep you pretty busy. Wow. This is an area in the space. This is called the Cone Nebula right here to Fantasy. I don't think you heard that maybe before. This is the Christmas tree cluster. And then if you look down here, see that? See that little guy right there? That is Hubble's Variable Nebula. That's pretty wild. And if we look at our image here and we move over, yes, here we go. So here's where we are in the sky. So this is where we are. Okay, this is our view, 2 degrees by 1.5. And now look, there's Hubble's Variable Nebula, and here is the Christmas tree cluster and the Cone Nebula right here. And we come back here and we see the Christmas tree cluster, the Cone Nebula, and Hubble's Variable Nebula. This is kind of a really cool thing, and some dark nebula up here. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, really pretty. This is just An astonishing photo. It's just beautiful. It's got everything going for it. All right, but let's just delete it and not save it. Wrong. 27 photos stacked. We'll save this as a stack right here. It has been saved. It's already on its way up to the server. And then for the pretty picture, here you go. This is the ping file. And we got it. And now we'll clear. We go. Wow. That was just beautiful. It really was just beautiful. Yep. Oh look, we got a satellite. See that? We stopped just in time because it would have ruined our photo. Yeah, Greer's a con man. Right. 2020 Contact in the Desert was canceled because of COVID. I've since received a call from 2 people that run it. Okay. Now, I hate to say it, but this will probably be the last object. But I don't want it to be, but it might be. Let's see. First of all, let's get out of this so I can see my controller. Okay. Alright, so let's go here. I'm in the mood for a good blue nebula. So let's go check this one out, shall we? We're close to it. Okay. Whoops. Going too fast. Okay. Okay. So now we should see a nebula here. And it's there. So let's make sure that we center on the right thing here. So it's going to be those stars. Okay, but it goes the other way, so we're good, I believe. But I will... Okay. And then we'll go up a little bit. Now, where are we? Should be pretty close. There they are. Well, let's just do a quick shot and see what we got. Quick shot, what we got. We'll do 25 seconds. And do this. Live stack it and see what we get. I know, JCO. What could someone possibly follow that one with? You're right, it's beautiful. It's got everything in it. Ooh, that's cute. Maybe we just give it a little punch. Wow, that's neat. it says 25 seconds. Yeah. It's sort of like the Running Man Nebula, but not really. Let's go to 50% and then pop up a little higher so we can see it. Yeah, I talked to Veronica a couple times. And then let's move this over. See this dark nebula up here? This is dark nebula, and then stars causing this lighting effect on this dust here, and the dust is scattering the blue light, creating this really cool effect here. This really should be a 1 minute exposure, but I'm not gonna make you wait for that. I only did 6, but I'll pause it here, save it anyway. This is gonna be a lot of objects. I'm probably going to be processing these for, well, don't have to process them, but my point being, it's pretty cool. All right, let's just go take a look at one more possibility. I'm passing the time to see if I can get to something in particular. I don't think we can tonight. Actually, I know we can probably do this guy. The rosette. I mean, the rosette's beautiful. Just have to drop straight down. And the rosette's out in the open. You want to see. You want to see something cool. Watch this. We're close. Now we're going to go do this, and this, and this. Oh yeah. That's okay, Michael. I do understand that. Let me go to auto on this so we can see it full size. There it is, dead center. This is the rosette, and if you haven't seen this, then you're in for a treat. And this will be the last object tonight, but it's worth every bit of the wait. Oh, trust me. This object is going to make you feel like the Cone Nebula was just a pre-dessert. This is your real dessert. You ready? Here it is. Look at that. Now that is a nebula. That ain't a nebula. Now this is a nebula. Look at that. Ta-da. Remember how we talked about young stars creating cavities in these clouds? Here's yet another example of it right here. See? Young cluster creating this big hole in this gas. It's stellar winds pushing out and pushing that gas and dust away. And that's why some clusters don't have any gas around them anymore. Just like for this reason right here. And this is what's called the, oh, we got a little satellite coming through here, ruining my shot. That's okay, we'll let it live. This is why I do this, for this very reason, because this is just beautiful stuff. Now we have 3 stacked right now. I'll give it a little processing to really make you feel crazy, and there you go. Now I'll change the color rendering a little bit, and look at that. Now that you tell me, is that a nebula or is that a nebula? These dark filamentary structures, okay, these, again, it's a stellar nursery. And these stars were formed there. And these dark filaments are just amazing material that is in this, and you see them here. Thanks, Mike. We should talk. I'm actually looking for foundation or grant support for what I do. I do this, I speak all over the world on astronomy and UFOs, and I actually do a lot of television too. I'm sure you see me somewhere, I would guess, I think, you know. Oh yeah, that's probably great on the big screen. But now that we got a few stacked, what I'll do is we've got 5 stacked. I'm gonna go from this. I'm gonna go to say 40%. 40%. Look at that. How about that, huh? Now, just for the record, the changes made in the observatory over the last day or so made all this possible. This is just absolutely riveting. It's riveting. And I'll give you an example too. I'm going to close. I'm going to go right up to 100%. I'm going to show you something. Look at this. All right. Now, here's something that we could never see before. All right. See these little globules? That's a Bach globule right there. That's a Bach globule. There's another one. These are larger filamentary structures, but then we have a Bach globule here. It's Bach, B-O-K, Bach globule, right? So we have tons of these things that are just all over the place, you know. And then let's see here. I mean, look at the detail. Look at this detail in this. This is live. That's the thing that just is amazing. It's live. It's happening right before your eyes. It's actually an image building before your eyes. I mean, you've heard of SLU observatories. Well, SLU, I was a member of SLU for many years. But the thing is, the problem with SLU is that they only give you a certain number of exposures. It's either a 5-minute or a 10-minute exposure, and you only have a limited number of objects you can do. But I want to take this a step further. Look at this guy right here, this little finger sticking out. This is an evaporating tendril, a stalk, where a star is energetically pelting it with energy and caused it to, everything around it to evaporate, leaving its density is higher up here. So of course in the leeward side it stays there because the star's energy is going straight down, or whatever it is. I don't know which star it is. It could be actually one of these out here even. But that's really, really cool. Much detail. This is a better detailed rosette nebula than we did the other night. So I'm going to let it go a little longer. We're up to 12 stack. Look at this convolution in here. This really interesting stuff in here. You know, that's really cool. That's just amazing. I'm just beside myself. Don't worry, Doc. We'll bury you with the carrots. Yeah, what's up, Doc? Wow. The most interesting part of the rosette to me is this part right here. There's a lot going on in here. Wow. I warned you I wasn't going to get much sleep tonight. It's 2 a.m. here. 4 a.m. in Connecticut, where I'm from. So it would have been a case of me being up all night. But not really. Look at this. Oh my God. Wow. It looks like a painting. It doesn't even look real. Let's go back to wide field here, wide view. Oh, man alive, that is just absolutely colossally beautiful. The green color, actually, JSCO, the green color is due to it's still the hydrogen, but unfortunately sometimes hydrogen regions will appear green until we color correct them. But normally the greenish blue color will arise from oxygen, doubly ionized oxygen, which is curiously called O3, O Roman numeral 3, I. Because O1, O Roman numeral 1, is the oxygen in its base state, when it has all of its electrons. Ionize it one time, send an electron off the atom, and it becomes O2, O Roman numeral 2. Do that with 2 electrons, and it becomes O3, which is the doubly ionized oxygen. Bonnie is still here. Bonnie, hi. Yeah, it's actually really red, but I kind of like this multi-tone, and I can correct it to be red. But you know what? I'm gonna try something crazy. Instead of going to 100%, I'm gonna go to 200%, because then we'll reach the limits. We'll reach the limits of this. Well, maybe not. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Look at all the detail in these dark. These dark tendrils here. Bach globule, Bach globule, Bach globule, Bach globule. So there's a lot. Actually, this entire nebula doesn't have any reflection components. They're all from the emission nebula. Okay. That black line isn't really there. It's just a artifact from trying to scroll up. If I come back out, it should go away. Yeah. Look at that. 20 stacked images right now. Phew. I honestly, thank you, PG. I honestly never expected that it could be so good. Yeah, JSCO, the Bach globule, named after Bart J. Bach, capital B, little o, little k. Bart Bach was an astronomer. I was fortunate enough to have him for a class when I was getting my degree in astronomy. And he noticed that there is these dark areas in nebulae, and they tended to look like they're little blobs. Here's one right here, okay? There's a number of them here. In fact, if we zoom in, I can show you this. Nothing better than showing it on a live nebula. Okay, so here's what we're talking about, these little guys. These things right here are areas where, like here and here and here, these are areas where the material is so close to the other material that it begins to gravitationally attract and condense, and they become centers of condensation for gravitational forces. So this condensing cloud will become warmer inside, and as more and more mass strikes and comes in, you could get it hot enough to form a star, perhaps, because it's not just dust that's being attracted, it's gas too, hydrogen gas. However, it's very possible that you'll also get a condition where the globule will segment. Once it gets condensed enough, you might actually have one central condensation point and then several others around it, and it will form like a disk. That's called an accretion disk. And that disk can form potential planets around the star. That's what happened here in our what's called our solar nebula. You know, look at how 3D this looks right here. Holy cow! Look at that. I am astonished by this. Is just making me whack my head. This is, it just takes me aback. I'm sorry. I just blown away. Never ever seen the rosette like this. I took a picture of it the other night and it didn't look like this. I waited for it to get higher tonight though. You know. And unfortunately we won't get to the Orion area because Orion is still just a little bit low. We'll have to wait till later in the season. You know, Mike, one of the things too is we could put one of those telescopes on another pier inside the building out there, maybe. That's a possibility. And then people that are authorized to can use it. We're also starting another thing, guys, too, which is you know, private guided tours. If you actually want to take pictures of the night sky, like you see here, and get your own imagery of your own, you know, particular object, or you want to go to different objects and just have the astronomer, that would be me, I guess, guide you, then we'll do it. That's a paid service, but because I want to do this full time. You know, I have a full-time visual effects shop, but I'm not as interested in doing the visual effects as much as I used to be. So I need to change what I used to do. And so this would be why I want to do that. This is just stunning. It's like I'm at 66%. Let's try going to 300%. Even here, the noise isn't visible. Wow. It's visible, but it's certainly not that bad. Look at this thing. This is that area that I was talking about with the evaporating spike here, this evaporating pillar. Wow. Gee, that's just beautiful. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I almost feel as if this is, it looks like I'm looking at a Hubble photograph. Hubble photographs are a lot sharper, but look at all this detail that I just can't believe this telescope is delivering. Wow. Oh my God. We have 32 images stacked here. And I think it's time to stop that. Oh my gosh, look at that. Wow. We shall now pause. And Isabella's going, yes, save it, save it, save it. Oh, it's saved. That's right. And I save the raw stack so you can process it if you want. And then exactly as seen, I save this. Gosh, it's just, ooh. Michael, who's that question directed to? How many people going to that location? Who's that for? Make sure that nobody's missing what you're writing here. Wow. I don't want to clear it, but I have to. Wow. Jeez. Wow. I'm just... I would say that's a successful night, guys, don't you think? I'm not tired, but I know I have to sleep, so this is a forced thing. I gotta force myself to sleep. Wow. I'll lay down, I'll be right out. Oh, amazing, just amazing. Daisy and Zoe, thank you for hanging in. Oh yeah, in 3D this would be beautiful. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing too. When we talk about these nebulae, we can only speculate as to what they look like in 3D. I mean, the most accurate, I guess, 3D rendering is that of the Orion Nebula. Because that's close enough. We can do studies. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't know, Mike, sorry. We'll talk, Mike. Let's talk offline. If you haven't, friend me on Facebook and we'll continue this conversation. Okay, I'm obviously Mark D'Antonio, M-A-R-C. So if you can set up the friend thing, and I'll friend you back and we can talk, because I'd like to continue talking about this. So anyway, the Orion Nebula being close is the one that we were able to do the most with in terms of getting an accurate understanding of it in 3D, what it really looks like. But unfortunately, that's the only one really. Haven't been a whole lot more that we could do that with. So here's what we're going to do now. Since we're closing down for the night, I'm going to come over here, and first things first, I'm going to get rid of something I don't need anymore. I'm cutting off, I'm going to shut down this system, the system here, this guy here now. I'm going to disconnect. This is the planetarium connection program that connects the planetarium. I did not write this. It doesn't work as well as I'd like it to. Of course, I didn't write it. Okay, so that's out of there. And then this is the focusing system. Let's see what the temperature is now out there. This is our focus value that we ended up using that was right on the money. The focus point out there, it's 65.5 degrees out there. And we'll disconnect now. Okay. I feel like I'm saying goodbye to a friend. I mean, this has just been so crazy. Okay, and now we are going to park this scope. So you watch. Okay, you watch the telescope up there. The telescope is going to now get parked. When I say park, all right, it goes to a home position where it always remembers where it was. And then I am ready, when it comes down to it, I'm ready to actually shut it off. Okay, so there's the park position. It says slewing, it's moving to a parking spot, and then it's going to stop. It's now parked, and I can shut it off. Boom. Okay, now the scope's off. The camera's not. So what are you seeing here? It's still looking up. Wait a minute, is the telescope moving? No. We're actually watching the rotation of the Earth, rotating out from underneath the stars. So that's kind of cool. All right, so now we can disconnect the scope. Okay. And once we disconnect, we can quit this program. Okay. And the last thing we'll do is shut down the camera. There's a specific process and order that I do. All right, and now for those that are interested, you can watch as since the telescope is now put to bed, we can actually now do this. Well, I'll show you what I'm doing. Here is the building right there. And you can see the camera on the front of the telescope here, right here. And then beneath it is a lens that's attached to the front corrector plate. All right, and now what we're going to do is we're going to close the roof. Okay, so there goes the roof. And the building is all weather sealed, so we don't get anything in here that we don't want. We barely get spiders. We don't get any mice or anything like that. Okay, and then that's good. And so now what we do is basically say we're done, we're done, we're done, and we're done. That was my program you saw on the Arduino thing there. Okay, so I feel it is really a successful night. Thank you guys. Do I have a pet name for the scope? Oh no, I don't. It's kind of funny. But But anyway, it was fun being with you guys. Thank you very much. And Mike, we'll talk. Friend me, and we will talk some more. Because I really like to talk to you about more about what you're doing. So, I'm also setting up to go around the country to schools and colleges and do public outreach that way with a live observatory feed that I do from wherever I am. I think that's really kind of cool. I also thought about a portable observatory that's towed behind a RV type thing and set it up on campuses. People come and can look directly, you know, and I run classes outside, inside, whatever. So it'd be kind of cool. Anyway, you guys, you have a good night, and I will talk to you later, man. This has been a great, great night. I'm beside myself. So thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for your attention, your kind attention, I should say. It's been wonderful, and I look forward to doing this again. So we'll see you guys later. All right? Awesome. Bye, guys.